feels good in here to me.
Really?
Yeah, I like it cold.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Call it
Good
Kate.
morning. Today is April 16th. This is the 11 a.m. session. I'd like to first call the protest of renewal for Shireen Gray at SOS Bar and Lounge. SOS Bar is located at 2511 East Fayette Street. This is a protest of renewal for under 2B 10301A. We received a letter from the community and from Ms. Gray that the item has been withdrawn by the community. I just wanted to note this on the record and have the board to formally renew the license.
You need her sworn or anything?
I don't think so. I just want to make sure she was here for and present for it.
Why don't you come on, ma'am, tell us who you are.
I'm Shireen Gray, owner SOS Bar and Lounge.
Okay, and you understand what she just said?
Yes.
And do you have any questions?
No.
And you're excused.
All right,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Have a good.
All right, call the first case.
Sure. Jose Hernandez and Mary Velez. This is trade name Los Carrasas Restaurant, and it's at 5101 Eastern Avenue, a Class D, beer, wine, and liquor. An application transfer from the location presently at 40 North Streeter
Morning.
to 5101 Eastern Avenue.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. We are here for a transfer of a license from 40 North Streeter to 5101 Eastern Avenue. It's a little restaurant that's been open for 8 years. And I'm sorry, I should identify myself. Stephen Fogelman on 1720 Thames Street. I want to give you a few exhibits before you rule this morning, if I may. Just a couple photos of the restaurant. It's called Los Catrachos, and that means Honduran, the Hondurans in Spanish. I'm joined here by Lee Giroux today. She's here as a consultant. I also have a signed original memorandum of understanding signed between the Greater Greektown Neighborhood Alliance and the applicants, and I will introduce the original of that as Exhibit 2 at this time.
All right, the file be accepted as Exhibit 1, and this will be Exhibit 2.
And I want to
The
offer,
pictures, Exhibit 3.
if I may offer menus as Exhibit 4.
Menus, Exhibit 4.
And as Exhibit 5, and finally, a letter from the Chief Executive Officer of the Greektown Community Development Corporation in support of the transfer.
All right, Exhibit 6.
Now, Mr. Hernandez is a he is a licensee. He's been in the licensed premises business at 40 North Streeter for years. He's self-employed as a landscaper as well. Miss Mendoza Veliz, who is also a co-applicant, has operated the restaurant Los Catrachos since 2007. She has never been on a liquor license. Mr. Hernandez has. So at this time, we'll submit for your questions.
All right. What does modified mean? You have there
Sir, this was the case that you heard in November of 2014, where we modified the hardship extension because of a staff error, where the applicant was told that he wasn't approved for the hardship when he was. So he was given additional time by the board for that error. So it paused at the period of time when he was told by staff.
questions of commissioners?
Just following the bouncing, who's the transferor?
The transferor is Mr. Hernandez.
Mr.
He's
Hernandez.
transferring it to himself and Miss Mendoza as
Okay.
they are operating the restaurant together.
Okay, all right, thanks. And
So
you're the
seller is here,
consultant,
Right.
and you're the attorney.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other question?
None. No.
Yes,
no.
I vote yes.
Yes.
All right, you have our decision.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Tell me when.
Okay, no problem. I'll read it in a
Wait a
second.
minute. Go ahead. Call it.
Okay, William Gross, Glen Arms Station LLC, trade name Glen Arms Brewing Craft. This is at 1236 Light Street, a Class D, transfer of ownership.
And good afternoon once again. Stephen Fogelman of 1720 Thames Street on behalf of the applicants. And Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the sellers of the license had asked permission to be excused from appearing. One of them lives in Boston, the other lives in Chicago with minor children. They had all left Baltimore over a year ago.
All right, I haven't, this of course violates our rule that both licensees have to be present. And we've never, in this particular case, I think the sale actually took place 2 months ago.
That is, I think it was more than 2 months ago. Mr.
Now,
Gross?
you going to have testimony?
I would, of Mr. William
Swear the
Gross.
witnesses.
Sure, thank you.
October. Just wondering how that could happen.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a simple transfer. William Gross.
Well, let me just get to this issue.
Certainly.
The issue of whether or not we have a licensee, 2 licensees missing, one in Boston and one in Chicago. And the reason is I was told, correct me if I'm wrong, that the actual sale took place several months ago.
I believe that the sale took place even longer ago than that, but I do know that the licensees had written you personally and requested that they be excused from appearing at this hearing. And
Yeah, but
that-
they never were given permission not to be here.
No, I understand, but they filed a request with you many weeks
And
ago.
that's why we're taking it up right now.
Okay,
I frankly don't have a position on it at this point, and I haven't had time to talk to my commissioners about it. So with respect to this hearing, I'm going to allow it. And whatever we do, we'll do in writing with respect to the future.
thank you.
The rule is that all licensees must be present. We've already had one person that went to Korea, and we accepted that. And this one, of course, is because the sale has already taken place some time ago, but a situation in which we didn't talk about, and I don't know what our position will be. So at this point, we accept it.
Thank you very much.
So now go ahead, is there anything, that you have an MOU in this case?
We do. We have an MOU with the South Baltimore Neighborhood Association, and that is, in fact, the exact same MOU that the last licensees abided by without any problems whatsoever. Mr. Gross has been managing the premises during this time. It's remained continuously open. This is a place, it's a very small place that, quite frankly, is well-managed and has always been well-managed. You hear the same names and the same addresses at the liquor board over time, but this is one you simply don't hear about. Mr. Gross is an excellent manager. I've visited the establishment several times. He has the support of the community.
Any questions?
None?
My only question is, so it was the sale of the business that occurred a long time ago, but the sale of the license hasn't been finalized
Correct.
yet because we haven't approved it.
Exactly.
So that's clearly on the record.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That is the only question I had.
All right, time to vote. I vote yes.
Yes?
Yes.
All right, you have our decision.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon. Hopefully a short afternoon. Not that time.
From your lips to God's ears. I mean, that would be nice.
Okay.
Tell us when.
Approved.
Call the case.
David Hitchner, Chasers LLC, 2501 Fleet Street. This is a Class BD7, transfer of ownership.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. For the record, Gary Maslin on behalf of Mr. Hitcher.
You going to have testimony, or are you going to speak
I
on
would-
behalf of the parties?
I would, if you allow me to proffer, I would do that.
All right.
Mr. Hitcher's make application to transfer this license into his name. We'd offer as an exhibit his LLC, Chasers LLC. He has met with the Community Association, and we have a letter of support from the Community Association in favor. Mr. Hitcher is experienced.
All right, let me catch up with you. It follows Exhibit 1, this is Exhibit 2, and the association and the communities Exhibit 3. Go ahead.
Mr. Hitcher is an experienced licensee. He was on the license at the New Ridge. His name's being removed from that license, and that's was taken care of at the time of renewal. He sent a letter of resignation and notified that licensee, and that licensee filed an application with the board and that his name is being renewed or has been renewed from that license. He's going to operate this small neighborhood bar in a little better manner than what it's been operated in the past. He's added no offense to the current licensee, and he's adding a food component, having small fare there, and he's been well received by the community, and we'd ask the board to approve the application.
Questions of the commissioners?
Wasn't the New Ritz the licensee that was looking to expand to the property next door
That's right. He was the qualifying applicant.
for the New Ritz?
For the New Rich. He's gotten
Right.
off that.
And there was a
He's-
whole issue about the, that application having support, and at the bottom of the petition, it said everybody who signed the petition of support would get a $50 bar credit.
I happen to be here.
Remember
I
that?
was,
Oh.
I didn't represent him in that. I remember that, yeah.
Right, and that was really one of the most troubling cases that we had in terms of the credibility of the licensees. Remember?
Mr. Hitcher wasn't party to that. He didn't have an ownership interest in that establishment. He was the qualifying licensee.
So I don't make light of the qualifying licensee. I mean, if your name is on the license, and
I
we've had
understand.
city council persons whose names are on the license, and they've got, dues to pay when things go bad. And I'm telling you that gives me, that situation gives me pause. And in terms of transferring a license, my understanding is that the only question is the qualifications of the transferee. And that incident is causing me to feel like we need more questions about the qualifications of this potential transferee. And I obviously haven't spoken to my fellow commissioners, but it does give me pause. And I'd like to hear more about the community's receptiveness to this license, to this potential transferee. Oh, okay.
I'd just like to piggyback. Mr. Hishner, are you going to honor that $50 rebate for the people who voted the last time, who supported the transfer the last time?
Again, it was done. I was unaware of it. I mean, it
That wasn't a serious question, sir.
No,
Oh,
it is.
sorry. I have no questions.
Any other questions? I recall the case, and actually, there wasn't any real opposition. Just the bad way it was handled. It was disgraceful, to put it in plain English. But anyway,
I was not representing
Right.
him in that.
Yeah, there was strong opposition, and we ended up denying that, that application to expand.
We've been trying, honestly, to get off of that license.
Can we just, I want to, when I make I just want to be really clear about what we're doing when we do it. So could we just have just a little bit of testimony about what he's done to establish himself as a good licensee, one that'll work in the community, within the laws of the state of Maryland and the city of Baltimore with respect to this license, and what your commitment is to being responsive to the community? Because I just remember there was a full froth of opposition on New Ritz.
present your client.
Identify yourself.
oh,
Has he been sworn?
no.
He has been sworn.
Okay.
Identify yourself.
Oh, David,
He has not been sworn.
okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Now, Mr. Hitcher, you've made efforts to have your name removed from the New Ritz license, correct?
yeah, for the past 9 months.
And that's fine, they've been accomplished to your knowledge.
Yes,
And you reached out to the community in this liquor license transfer that you're asking to be approved today, is that correct?
that's correct. I went to
And-
the Canton Association.
And can you tell the board how many times you met with the Canton Association, who you spoke with, and what you discussed with them?
I went to the Canton Association 2 different times, spoke with them in reference to, talking about what we're doing, how it's changing. And we went over the plans, the menu, everything like that, and they gave us good support.
So they were very favorable to you?
Yes, that's correct.
And they wrote a letter in your behalf supporting you, is that correct?
Correct.
And you addressed all their concerns they had?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any changes that they suggested to be made to the prior operation of the business?
Yes.
And what were the things that they asked you to consider changing?
Make sure that the establishment is clean, make sure there's no loitering around the premises, because this is a residential
I think
neighborhood.
it's loitering, but.
Loitering, I'm sorry.
We don't want loitering either.
You mean loitering?
Loitering, yes.
Oh, okay. And what else?
Pretty much make sure that no one's hanging around the establishment that's not an employee after hours. Just running a nice, clean, establishment.
You were sure that we were going to do all those things?
Yes.
And as a,
The only other question, and you acknowledge that the authority of the liquor board to impose whatever restrictions and limitations are on the license and that are made part of the MOU. There is a memorandum of understanding with the Canton Association.
Yes.
And so I think in there's a paragraph that says you acknowledge that the restrictions can be enforced by the liquor board, and you acknowledge that?
Yes.
Okay, great. All righty. Thank you.
All right,
Those are all my
nothing else?
questions.
I vote yes.
Yes.
You have our decision.
all right, thank you.
$100.
Tell me when. Ready? Call the case.
Yes, sir. It is Miox Wang, Lucky 77 LLC, a convenience store that's located at 1625 Wilkins Avenue, a Class A beer, wine, and liquor application for transfer of ownership.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Gary Maslin, on behalf of the applicant,
That's yours.
Mr. Wang. Lady, did you want to come up here? We actually brought the community people with us
That's nice.
today. It's, if I could, by way of preliminary introduction, because they're really, truly lovely ladies. And we've had discussions with
Let's
them.
get everybody sworn ahead of
Yes.
time. Swear all witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or, raise your hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony? Raise your right hands, please.
Are you part of?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, go ahead, present
Yeah.
your case.
All right, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, for the record, Gary Maslin, on behalf of the,
For the record.
for the record, Gary Maslin, on behalf of the applicants. This is a transfer of a liquor license located at 1625 Wilkins Avenue. Our client is going to, trading under Lucky's 77 LLC to offer a copy of his articles that are the client is CAM certified. He's taken the course in alcohol awareness by John Murray. He's been trained by the current exhibit, his certificate.
All right, file is Exhibit 1, the charter, Exhibit 2, and the, and the course is Exhibit 3.
And my client reached out to the community and has met with these three representatives of the community. They had a very productive meeting. Everybody got
Now, first of all, what community are we talking about?
the
Mount Clair Community Council.
Mount Clair Community Council. The ladies, I don't believe, speak for me, but I believe they liked my client. They found him to be a pleasant enough individual, and he discussed with them his plans for operating the business, and I think they're favorable to him. I don't want to speak
Well, we're going to find out.
out of turn for them. They indicated to me that they actually wanted to seek a continuance of this hearing. They wanted some more time. They didn't feel like they had enough notice. I said I would bring that to the attention of Your Honors, and you could make a decision on that. But they've indicated to me that they really have no problems with my client, but they wanted some more additional
Let
time.
me find out.
Yeah, sure, Judge.
I'll let you
Yes.
respond to it. All right, ma'am, give us your name.
My name is Nancy McCormick, and I'm the president of the Mount Clear Community Council.
And what would you like to tell us about this application for a transfer?
We just learned about it.
Can you come on up to the microphone?
We just learned about it at our board meeting Monday night, and
Last Monday,
Of
this
this
past
week.
Monday.
days ago?
And when we did find out about it, it was listed as 1627 Wilkins Avenue instead of 1625, and we hesitated because 1625 Wilkins Avenue is a premises that is owned by a known drug dealer or unsavory people in the neighborhood. 1627 is,
27.
yes, and that's what was presented
So
to
the
us.
number 1627, which
Was
is
a di-
incorrect.
Was incorrect, sent signals in our mind, what is going on. But when I did,
1627 is not a bar, it's a residence.
it's a residence. So when I did check, I found out that 1625, which you mentioned, is the correct address of the Cut Rate Liquor Store. So we had a discussion, and we met with the people and find them very nice. But I mean, still, it was very short notice. Our community has not had a chance to discuss anything.
Maybe, did you have, now this particular transfer, are you familiar with him from any other source other than the application for the bar transfer of license?
Who?
The new person?
Oh, no, I haven't ever met them. They're very nice. We met them yesterday.
Mhm. Did you have any discussions as to what you expect from them as the way they should and
Yes.
will operate?
Yes.
And what was that?
They plan on, putting a big window in the front so that they can see anybody that is standing out front. Because now it's all closed in. You have no idea who's going to come into your establishment. This way they can see if there's teenagers hanging around and dispensing drugs to people or, that kind of thing. So,
Have there been any problems in the past with this location?
no, not that I know of, but I mean, that's.
You're going to, I'm going to come to both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
But I know that the community is improving in a lot of ways, and it has a lot to go. So, I mean, I understand that these people would do a good job.
All right. Do you have any questions of this witness? No. Commissioners have any questions of this witness?
Not of this witness, but I would like to know who's the transferee and who's the transferor.
The transferors are behind Kenya.
Okay, so we
Licensee.
have both here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Okay, that's
and they're
important.
very nice. They want a very nice place.
All right. All right, ma'am, would you come over and tell us who you are?
My name is Ann Ames, and I'm a resident of the neighborhood.
Okay. And do you belong to the association too?
Yes, I do.
And what is your position
I
with
didn't
this?
get the last name, I'm sorry. Your last name?
Ames,
Ames?
A-M-E-S. I'm the secretary.
I see.
Okay.
And what is your position with respect to this request?
I would like to see us have further time to look into various aspects of it. The present owners do their best. It's very clean. However, the area is an intensely busy drug dealing area right there on the corner of Wilkins or Ramsey Wilkins and Vincent Street. I mean, there have been several arrests. We've been to court with some of the juveniles. We get not a whole lot of cooperation from the police. So I think there's some things that need to be discussed. For example, opening up the window, the front window, instead of being blind is a very good thing. We find the hopeful owners, very cooperative and interested. It's just that I think we need more time. They're very a man who has been connected with lots of various illegal activity is his family members or owners of the 1627. He himself has bought a lot of property recently, and so there are concerns, and I just think we need, we didn't have really proper notice in that we got the concern, we had the wrong address. It was 1627. And why is that? The last transfer of ownership in 2010, there was never a sign up. We never got notice of that transfer. So it just leads to suspicion, and I think we need more time to.
Well, ma'am, we're going to have to go ahead with the hearing, which we've started, and it wasn't even a request ahead of time. Sometimes when I get a request ahead of time, but we move ahead. But do you want me to make that, this commission, a requirement that the front window be opened?
Well, I mean, I think
They already decided to do
Yeah.
Well, we can put it right inside the decision,
Mm-hmm.
so that it happens.
Yeah.
Do they understand what you're talking about? To
To
what?
postpone the hearing?
No, I'm not going to postpone it. The request for
No,
postpone is
it
denied.
was-
We're going to go ahead with the hearing, so we want to find out what you want done, what we can put right in the transfer.
It's not so much, Your Honor, I mean, the physical things are good, but it's the investigation into some of the transfers of property that are right proximate to it.
But you see, we don't have authority. We're not a all-encompassing authority to be able to transfer. I'm very familiar with your neighborhood, very familiar, and as you well
St. Peter the Apostle.
and you probably know that. And I'm the person that started the Irish Museum down nearby and so forth. And of course, the church up the street, the bingo games I used to go to years ago from here. I remember, I have to tell you a story which has nothing to do with your case, but I was walking out, and I'd bought all the chances and everything, and this one young girl, very attractive, comes running out and said, "Would you buy a chance for me?" I said, "Well, I've already bought one, Well, she says, "It's the last one I have, and I want to go home." So I bought it, and I won.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, there you go.
I won about
Wow.
$600.
Whoa, all right.
St. Benedict's
Good
right
deed.
up the street there.
Yep, that's right. That's where we are.
And- Right, you're nearby. I
All
know
right.
where Vincent Street is too. But I'm going to put a requirement in, assuming my two fellow commissioners agree, that the agreement of the window be carried out. I can't help you with respect to the police department's authorities with respect to
No,
the next door property or the drug dealing in the
no,
neighborhood.
I understand
Let
that.
me say that your neighborhood has a serious problem with drug dealing, which I'm familiar with. And, but it's not only there, it's all over southwest Baltimore. It's down on Pratt Street and Lombard Street, and of course over on Wilkins Avenue, and the cross streets too, down in the Pigtown area. And we just had a murder you saw the other day on Carroll Street, and which is not too far from you. And so I understand. Good. Well, I'm glad to see that you're trying and that you're sticking with it. And this liquor board is going to help you with respect to the bars. And I can tell you this also, that if you have a complaint about any bar, including this one, we have a secret docket. You can call in, and nobody is allowed to see who makes the complaint. And then we turn it over to our inspectors, who don't know where the complaint comes from, to go out and see what's what. And so you can call in to Michelle, who has control of that docket. There's executive secretary right here on the right. Or you can come in, whichever you prefer. And we investigate these complaints. And I can tell you, we will investigate them. And then if they're found to be worthy of hearing, we'll place it in for a hearing and so forth. And then we have the inspector's testimony as to what he found. I understand your problem. But now, is there anything else besides the window that you want us to require the bar to put?
It was more just to look into some of the ownerships of next door and connections.
Well,
That's nothing.
There was an error on the docket that had the wrong address for 27. From looking at the documents, ma'am, these owners are of 1625, and they do not, from my understanding, have any connection to 1627. So that was an error, probably, it was a typo, and I do apologize.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
so there should not be any connections to that, but I think that the attorney can testify more.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna have you, ma'am. Now, just one, whoa, come back a minute.
Okay.
Ms.
Now, do you
Ames?
have any cross-examination?
Oh,
You met with the
Yes.
suspected buyer.
yes,
You found them to be lovely people.
yes, I did.
They answered all your questions.
Yes, mm-hmm,
Welcome to the neighborhood.
yes, we'd love to have them.
And they indicated to you that they were intending on opening up the windows so they
Mhm.
could
Will
look
help.
out.
Yes.
And observe that was a concern that they had shared with you.
Right, yes,
a-
that's right.
As well, that they brought that out to you.
Yeah.
And they addressed all your concerns, is that correct?
Yeah, the concerns that they could address,
And as a matter of fact, the current licensees actually brought you down here to the liquor board today, is that correct? Transported you, helped
Yes,
bring you
yes,
here.
yes, that's
It's
right.
unusual that you
We
bring
would
the
welcome them. We-
contestants down
Oh,
here,
literally, he brought.
just to show the cooperation that everyone has with the community.
All right, instead of getting all the evidence in at one time, I'm gonna let the commissioners, one by one,
Yes.
if they have any questions for this witness. Any
Oh,
questions?
Yep, Ms. Ames, is it fair to say that the promise to alter the front window was a significant part of why you and the community association have agreed that this transfer can go forward?
well, I'm not sure that we have actually agreed, but certainly that was an impressive, we didn't ask that. That came from, the buyers, and that was made very good sense, yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
that was
very good.
something that you appreciate and you're relying on
Yeah.
them to do that?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
it's not so much, I think, that we have questions about them, it's just some other property transfers that are right close by.
Okay, that was my only question.
Okay, all right, now, come on over, ma'am.
Okay.
I would just proffer for the record that my clients do not have any affiliation, ownership interest in the 1627 Wilkins Avenue. They are of Chinese extraction, and I researched the name of the owner, and it appears to be a Asian name. I don't know what extraction they are, but they indicated to me they don't know him. They refer to him in the community as a person named Andy, and they indicated to me they don't believe they know him.
Okay. Your name, ma'am?
Rubia Moses, Your Honor, it's a pleasure.
Okay, and tell us what you'd like us to know.
Let me, bear with me because I'm being tired, I haven't slept in only 40 minutes, I'm exhausted. Okay, now, in regards to the windows, okay, we have a problem. Like I was telling, I call him Charlie, because that's the one I was dealing with, one of the owners. And when they play the machines, all the ones that stay there 5-6 hours, they go in and they urine right against the wall in one of my backyards. And I don't appreciate that. There's no bathrooms there. That's going to be a big issue.
Who are you talking about did this?
In regards to 1625 Wilkins Cartwright. He has machines, and you have some players which
But
normally,
not in this bar.
yes.
in
Oh,
this
yes,
bar.
oh, yes.
It's not a.
No, it's not a bar, it's a liquor store, Wilkins Cartwright it's called.
Excuse me, only one person
Yeah.
can speak at a
Okay,
time.
I'm
Only
sorry.
the person at
But
the
they
mic
must have the
can
gambling
speak.
machines or something?
Now, I'm confused. Tell me again what exactly you're telling me.
He has slot machines,
Who, him?
yes, the
That's illegal.
owner, still current owner.
Okay.
And then they play 5-6 hours, which, by the way, I want to see 2 customers are good. The rest of them, with all due respect to all of you, are gangs, drug dealers, and, all of the illegal people. And then why I know that, because I have cameras, 9 cameras. And as a matter of fact, last year I got assaulted. Okay, and then the gentlemen that are involved, which are the Wilsons brothers, okay? Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get them, even though they have warrants, and that was their office, okay? I have pictures to show.
Wait, back
Yeah,
up.
okay, now.
See, you're confusing me, all these different names and everything. I don't, I want to talk just about this bar.
Yeah, it has
And this
machines
license.
and it pays off, I'm just telling you.
Not next door.
No, 1625
Right.
Wilkins. And then when they play machines 5, 6 hours, there's no bathrooms, they go and pee, the urine right on the wall or in one of my properties.
Well, I mean, they come out. and
Oh,
they
yeah, but
come out.
this is daily, sir, daily.
Yeah.
And I
What
can
about-
go,
What about this?
Well, first, let me clarify, it's not a bar, it's a small corner store that has little groceries, variety items in there, and they also sell, packaged liquor. We're unfamiliar with, these buyers are unfamiliar, I don't know if that's a question that would go to the current licensees. If you could address that, would you come up here?
And talk about the slot machines also.
Gotta get names.
Your name, sir?
Charles Kim.
All right. What do you have to say about it?
No, so she's saying that I have customers that come in and play the slot machines, and she is saying that after they play for some time, they'll go outside and urinate I guess, on her property. I'm unaware of this problem. When a customer leaves the premises, I don't follow my customers out. If they go outside, I don't know if they're going to use their cell phone, to smoke a cigarette.
Do you have a bathroom inside?
No, sir. Because it's not a bar, it's more of a convenience store that sells packaged goods, so I do not have a public restroom. So when they go outside, I don't know that they're going
How many people a day come to your place?
throughout the day. Maybe 50 to 100. It's basically like a convenience store in the neighborhood.
No, a convenience store for what, besides liquor?
Chips, sodas, various drug items like Tylenol, Advil, toilet paper, paper towels, candy bars, things like that.
And how long have you been in business here?
Since 2010.
And you're selling, of course.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Are you being totally disconnected with the new business?
Yes, sir.
And what do you have to say about the illegal gambling?
I,
You don't
no, sir.
admit that, or you do?
I do not admit that. There are slot machines, yes.
Now, you pay off on the machine?
I've never had any problems with the police department, with anybody. They've come inside, they've checked the machines. I've never had any issues ever in the 4 years that I've been there.
You want to ask him any questions?
yes, but with all due respect to you, Charlie, with all due respect, many times you know you pay off. Many times, and I can, if you are, like I said, I need some time, I'll bring you in my flash drive cameras, how many times police go there, how many gangs, drug dealers go there daily. I can prove all that. The thing is, I'm tired because I had another issue with another property, and, I'm
Ma'am,
exhausted, yeah.
Questions?
Okay.
I asked you if you have any
Now,
questions.
he does pay the machines. I've
No,
been-
you're
Oh,
testifying.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Do you have any questions?
Well, why is he giving false information?
All right, now let me, you're totally, you're just being disassociated with the new operation?
Yes, sir. We are selling the license, or transferring the license, selling the actual building. Once everything, the sale goes through, there is absolutely no ties between myself and the new owners. They are going to run the business the way that they would like to do it. There's no input from me once everything is finished.
Now, did you want to say anything else before I let the commissioners ask you a question?
I plead for that postponement. I know, but it was, like I say, Monday, technically, we found out, and we should have a say. I'm a homeowner, and we've been there, we have 4 generations where I'm at, and Charlie's, he knows, and he knows what's been going on, and like I said, if I have, like I say, give me 1 more week, I'll bring all the flash drives, I'll bring all the police reports. I have everything because I have 9 cameras. Everybody knows that.
Let me tell you what the law is.
Yes, sir.
with respect
Yes,
to
sir.
What we're doing.
Yes.
The law is whether or not they have good character, the new buyers, and whether or not there's any reason why we should deny them the right to obtain possession and ownership of the license. The past history of the past licensee is not an issue. The issue is whether or not the future licensee is the proper person or persons to be able to control and own this license. And of course, that is what you're here for. on the issue.
If I can give you my opinion, that one was too fast because I only went for what, 10, 15 minutes. I can assure you, it's not gonna work, okay? And you know, I'm an old timer, everybody can tell you, I help when I can, everything, but I'm telling you, it's not gonna work.
Okay, now why,
Charlie and them couldn't handle it, they're not gonna be able to handle it. We're flooded with them, and they took over the whole block. And then, like I said, now he's, I guess, selling it, retiring.
you could
but-
step back, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's not gonna work, sir, I'm just telling you, with my expertise, and you know, I'm very good at what I do, sir.
Well, you already
I'm not
heard,
gonna bring anybody down, but I'm a homeowner, I wanna protect the community, the children, and the old people. And that's what I'm gonna continue doing until I die, you know, I'm getting old.
well, no, what we're gonna, this is a new liquor board,
Right,
and if you have a complaint with respect to the new owners, if we grant the transfer, then you have a right to call secretly down here to our executive secretary. Or you can reveal who you are, and we'll send out an inspector to see whether or not what you say is true and accurate. And if it is true and accurate, then we may or may not take action with respect to the new licensee. And so I'm not with respect to the past history, I can't help you.
Can I ask a question? Did you ask if they're gonna still have the slot machines there, because the issue of that bathroom is the big problem.
Are you gonna still have your slot machines? I'm asking him.
Yes, I'm sorry.
What's it, give us an answer.
I don't know what you're saying. Are the machines there now? There's 3 machines there. Well, if they're illegal machines, I guess
Yeah.
she'll remove them if they're properly permitted and licensed.
Well, machines themselves may not be illegal, but the way they are handled sometimes with payoffs.
Well, of course.
You and I are experienced. with
Yes,
that.
yes, sure.
We know exactly what she's talking about.
It's not our first rodeo, as they say.
Yeah. And so if you have evidence that the machines continue to be there and there's illegal payoff, call it in.
Oh, right away, believe me, yes, sir, 'cause I sleep,
And,
I don't sleep 2-3 hours a day, I don't miss anything. At 12 o'clock, 7 in the morning, 7 days a week, I'm looking at my cameras.
all right, any other questions, commissioners, of this witness? Just a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have one question. Have you asked whether or not they will convert their private bathroom facility to public use?
We asked them yesterday, then we, tell the ladies, that they didn't have no answer.
There was no answer on
was
that
the big issue,
question.
And I can, like I said, I can bring you tapes and everything, you're gonna see.
The last thing I want to see is outdoor use of
Yeah,
facilities.
not only my
but-
property, also against their property. Now, one more thing I forgot to mention, if I may, please, you know, I understand that you don't have to, for exterior, you don't have to get a permit, but when you're starting to scrape and you have lead, and then you have it open and you don't have a yellow tag, what do you think? And that was done by, with all due respect to Mr. Kim and Mr. Kim's father, I thought that was way, very sloppy and very disrespect. And then you see the children go in and out of there, because I have I can show you a picture, and I have the cameras that I did download it. And it shouldn't be done. The building, the exterior has a lot of lead. So both of them were scraping, and trying to look better, so when we came here, and that was that on Saturday. Why on a Saturday when they have the whole weekdays? You know, they don't want nobody to know. I did spoke to inspector, and I let him know he wants to see the pictures. I'm gonna show it to them in the flash drive. That was very unprofessional. I know that when you have lead, you have to put first the yellow, and then you have to keep your place close, you know, and then on top of that, you have to put like, you know, something that when you're scraping the lead, it goes there and doesn't go in the floor. They didn't do none of that.
You talking about inside or outside?
Outside,
Outside.
yeah, but it was full of lead.
And
it
the
wa-
inspector, where was this?
No, this was done on Saturday, like this Saturday.
You said you spoke to an inspector?
Yeah, and then, yeah.
What inspector?
One of the inspectors and, which is
Housing
from,
department?
no, from housing, yes, okay.
Housing department.
Yeah, and then I've been so tired and I've been overwhelmed. And then,
Yeah.
and then he
Harvey?
mentioned that, it says if it was, Historica said no. I said, I understand that, and I said, you don't need to paint the outside permits, I understand that, but when you have lead, that's a big issue.
But that's
Especially-
over with, that's
Yeah,
done.
okay.
Is that right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, but I'm gonna continue doing it, because that's not how you do it.
Now, you live next door.
Oh, I live in 1621, we have 4 generations, 1621 Ramsey, and then the one in the corner is 1623, when I have all my cameras, that's, bought lease with option of purchase.
623 what, Ramsey or what?
Ramsey.
Right
So,
around.
yeah, so I'm in charge of both properties. But the one, we have 4 generations, the Moses family, some white-haired Moses.
All right, excuse me, I've
Yeah,
interrupted.
I'm sorry, and I
Commissioner.
Oh,
apologize. yeah. I know it's just.
I may have, but I forgot it, so I defer to Mr. Commissioner
All right, he has
Jones.
a
Yeah, yes, Commissioner.
A little
Yes, sir.
bit of information for you. In reference to the little scraping of the paint. Anytime you have a concern in reference to whether work is being done without a proper permit, call 311. They'll give you a reference number
Confirmation.
where you can always call back and check on that complaint. And an inspector will come out and look at it and make a determination as to whether or not a permit was needed, and they'll follow up based on that information.
Yes, I use a lot 311, I think it's very good, they give you confirmation on the budget was on Saturday, like I said, I've been overwhelmed. that-
But the inspector can tell whether or not something was done recently, so they'll take care.
Any other
I
questions?
just want, can you point out for me who is Ming Zhang Wang?
The gentleman that I just met.
The gentleman is
this,
Ming
He
Zhang Wang.
introduced himself yesterday at
Okay.
10 minutes, I
And,
seen
and
him.
who is the woman who's with him? Do you know who the woman is that, do you know, just yes or no?
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
No,
Okay,
no,
we'll
no.
get to it then.
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you.
Okay, I think that's it.
Okay.
for
Any other
me.
questions, commissioners? Any?
No.
All right, I'm going to vote yes on the condition that the front window is opened in accordance with the desires of the community that you've heard testify here today. And when do they plan to start work on that?
Well, we have to get a permit first. I'll defer to one of your.
Well, when are you going to
commissioners.
start the efforts to correct this?
Well, we need to complete the settlement first, and once
When-
they settle,
Come on, give me some time.
when do you think you'd want it?
Changing the window?
Yeah, change the window.
Or the settlement is down,
How long after that would you?
in a couple weeks.
Probably within 30 days after the closing, assuming it's not a difficulty getting permits and.
So perhaps in 2 months?
I think within 2 months. I think what I'd like them to do is show the designs to the community so that they see what is proposed and if there's some tweaks that they think could be worked.
Well, I want work, I'm going to put in here that work should commence by June.
Say about the end of June, Judge. The end of June. They're not gonna settle probably till early May, so.
Not complete the work, but it should be started.
But that should, sometime in June,
Work started in June.
yeah, it should be okay.
All right. Now, what about the urination on the walls and not, what are we going to do about that?
That's a matter of controlling human behavior. People are gonna act like animals, they're gonna act
Well,
like animals.
here's the thing,
I don't know what they could do.
Yeah, they can do it. They're going to, if the people come out of that place and they're urinating on walls in the neighborhood,
You know
then,
what-
and it's been proven to be true by our inspectors, by talking to the people, talking to this lady that just testified, and finding that they believe her testimony that it's happening. We're going to make requirements of the bar to put in bathrooms, or else use the bathrooms that are already there to stop this, or else, if necessary, we can't have the bar causing, I use the word bar, packaged liquor store, whatever you want to.
Judge, if I could respond, Mr. Bailey, this is a very, very small operation. There is no bathroom that is in there.
Mr.
There's no the physical restraints.
Mr. Maslin?
Yeah,
The right to serve alcohol is a privilege, not a right. There's no constitutional right whatsoever involved in this. And if a business can't operate properly and not have a deleterious effect on its surrounding properties and people who live in the neighborhood, then it doesn't deserve to be in business. It's as simple as that. Now, either it stops or the business stops.
Are you familiar with anybody urinating on the side of the wall?
If I may speak, I was unaware. If I knew that.
You need to
I'm
come up to
sorry.
the microphone.
If I knew customers are gonna go, okay, well, I'm gonna go urinate in your neighbor's yard, can you escort me? Of course, I would tell them not to, but I don't follow any of my customers out. Once they leave the premises, I can't stop somebody from doing something, and I'm not their parent. I'm not gonna hold their hand and watch what they do once they leave. I'm gonna assume as an adult, if they have to urinate, they would go home because we are in a neighborhood.
Sure.
And I'm assuming that they live within walking distance of the premises.
Well, let me, I don't want to cut you off, but I believe you. I believe what you're saying. I believe your testimony.
Mhm.
But I also believe her. And so I believe what everybody has said. And what I have to do, in my opinion, we're going to have 3 votes here. My vote is that you're going to have to make sure, yeah, sir, you can step back. But then, Mr. Maslin, your clients are going to have to make sure that this doesn't happen anymore. They're going to have to be they're going to have to be aware of what's happening. Make it very clear to them that the right to do business is a privilege. And if that privilege has a deleterious effect on the neighborhood, then the privilege evaporates. It's as simple as that.
Address that. They listen to all the concerns of the neighborhood. And I don't want you to scare these folks because they're nervous already. They got them very antsy to the point where they're ready to walk away from this place. They're telling about prostitution. They're telling about drug activities. This man's got a family. They're spending over $100,000. They're making a substantial commitment and investment to this neighborhood. They see the way the place looks. They want to improve it. And they're going to do the best they can. And I would suggest this, based on what they've indicated, they're indicating to me they're going to put in there's no cameras there, security cameras, so they can observe things. And when they see any type of suspicious of activity or activity that's offensive like this, they were appalled when they heard these stories. I mean, and they're going to call the police and report it. But it's difficult to catch someone, say it's a red-handed or whatever, if they're doing that. But by the police come,
I have a
the
question.
incidents get done.
Just may I, Your Honor?
Sure.
In terms of the operation, so there's these machines where people gamble, right? Yes?
I don't know.
All right,
I've
well,
never seen them. I don't
here's
know.
what I want to know. People, it's a small space, there's 3 machines where people gamble or do something, but I guess they sit and they do this for hours. And while they're doing this for hours, are they drinking? Or,
Yeah, they're drinking beer, whatever they're drinking at the same time, and also when they come in, when they're there, they go in and out, because they pee a lot, and they go back to the machine.
you can't,
And they go
please
back to
don't,
the machine.
yeah. All right. So it sounds to me like people are coming in and they're sitting, they're enjoying themselves, they're playing. There needs to be a public bathroom under that circumstance. If people are sitting there for hours and they're consuming product that they've purchased, even though it's just a corner store, if that's what's happening, it is just inevitable that people are
You're gonna
going to
have to
need
go
to
to the
use the
bathroom.
facility. They're going to need to go to the bathroom. And we've said consistently under this chairman's leadership that the licensees are responsible for the conduct of their patrons, even after they leave the establishment, especially if they're leaving and going not so very far and peeing in people's property. And that's something that has just been so offensive, and it just is disgusting. And we can't let that go without some responsibility for that action. The other thing I just wanted to say is, if these ladies who live in the neighborhood, these women and property owners who live in the neighborhood are telling the owner what the truth of the neighborhood is and what the activity is, and they feel that they can't handle it, they need to not go forward, because we have seen what happens when there are business owners that are in an area that's very, very challenging and they can't handle it. And so there's this whole thing of due diligence that they live there. They're going to say what they have to say because they've lived there, and I probably for some years. So this combination of factors of the reality of the area, the reality of how the business is run with these machines where people are sitting, they're drinking, they're sitting. Essentially, it's like a tavern, even in a small space. It doesn't have that type of license.
No.
It's not called that, but I've said it before. If it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. And you're going to have a bathroom facility. They're going to have to open it up.
All right, folks, it's time for my decision, and I think I've made it clear. First of all, that the reason I'm so attentive to June is because I'm resigning at the end of June, and I won't be here any longer, and I would like to be around in case there's problems. So I'm going to vote yes, on the condition that the window is appropriately designed so that it's effective in accordance with the neighborhood complaints, and that the beginning of this operation would be in June, no later than June of this year. Now, with respect to the other complaints of the neighborhood, as I've pointed out very clearly, that the right to dispense alcohol is a privilege. And so that if you find, while you are conducting your business, that there are violations, you've got to handle your business in such a way that it doesn't affect the neighborhood community in a wrong way. Do you understand that? So then, based on that, you understand that? Yes. All right. Based on that, I vote yes.
I also am voting yes, only because I haven't heard anything negative about the character of the incoming owners. In fact, I'm very impressed that they're willing to give so much to the community after a short time of talking to them. I think you're going to do well, but you have to keep the level high, because once you get disenchanted and try to give up, the neighborhood, the bad element in that neighborhood would take control of you. And when that happens, that privilege you have will be taken away from you. Don't come before us. Do what you promised. Keep your word. Fight hard to keep what you have. The relationship is what we're talking about. These ladies have vested, they are vested in their community. They're vested. They live there. They've been there. You just coming. You coming into their neighborhood, and they need to accept you and make you a part of it. And you need to be willing. So with that being said, don't come back before me, because I would hate to see you again.
And I vote no, because I don't think that there's been a full fleshing out of character and capacity. So I vote no.
All right, you have our decision. It's approved.
What? Yeah, it's 2-1. They get their, it's true.
Usually use the other one.
Yeah, so
We're all
that's
done.
it for
That's it for the docket,
for the
sir.
morning docket.
That's it.
You're done, sir.
Oh, dear. Oh, well, I just have to say it. I'm concerned. Oh, I bet it is.
So
But
this
if they're,
afternoon,
if they've got those machines in there, and people
Just
are
a minute, are
sitting.
you going to put in the record about the
That's
one
unreal.
of,
We did the beginning.
SOS?
I already read in the beginning. That's why I asked for permission to read in the beginning. I read it all in.
The-
No, we're all,
But that's how it's been happening now, so
1 o'clock.
from the,
If I don't see you, God bless you. It's
Thank
been a
you.
privilege,
yeah,
it's been
yeah,
an honor.
I agree. Yeah.
Nice seeing you again.
It's my pleasure, sir, always. Thank you very much.
I forgot, I didn't hear your full last name.
Maria, last name Moses, like the Ten Commandments.
Moses, okay.
But my maiden name is Whitehair. I'm originally from Colombia.
Ah, and your main name is Whitehair?
Yeah, because I'm adopted.
Ah,
And my mother's from Costa Rica.
ah, okay.
Raised in a very high-class family.
You did testify before.
Yeah,
she testified at B&O.
yeah.
Good luck, Gary.
But I'm very good friends with
I love it when you come in.
There are two additional files on. Here we go.
Yeah, all
I
right, go ahead.
understand, Gary.
All right, I want to read something ahead of time before we start this afternoon. This is administrative decision number 4 with respect to protest of renewal hearings. Regulations and procedures regarding the issues before the board during April when there is a request by citizenry to forfeit a liquor license. 1, the sole issue before the board is whether the license should be terminated. The board has no power to suspend, fine, impose conditions, or otherwise regulate the license. 2, due to the severity of a penalty to terminate a license, the evidence must be clear, weighty, and persuasive that a license is in very serious violation of the liquor laws of Baltimore City and the state of Maryland to the extent that the continual operation of the licensee would be in disregard to the best interests of our citizenry. 3, the evidence that the board may consider in addition to the facts presented at the time of hearing, but also the past record of the licensee from the time of the licensee. That's actually a misprint. The time the licensee took possession. The current state and city law is also always to be observed. This regulation is effective as of April 15th, 2015. Call the first case.
Yes, sir. The first case is a protest of renewal for George Duval, William Matrosini, Donna Matrosini, Wedog Inc., Playbook Bar and Grill. This is located at 6700 German Hill Road. It's a Class BD7, beer, wine, and liquor. It's a protest of renewal under Articles 2B-10, 301A.
All right, all people who are interested in this issue, please come up. Anybody interested, please come up. All right, swear all the witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, counsel, enter your appearance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Primus on behalf of the licensees.
All right.
Directly to my right is Mr. William Matrosini and the licensees.
All right, we're going to reverse, of course, and take the protestants first, if any. All right, come up, your ma'am, your name, to the light, to the microphone.
Okay, my name is Edie Schuman. I'm with Grayson Park Improvement Association, and I'm also.
Wait a minute, slow down, ma'am. Edie what?
Schuman, S-C-H-U-M-A-N.
S-C-H-U-M-A-N. And who do you represent besides yourself?
Grayson Park Improvement Association.
Grayson Park?
Yes, and Graceland, German Hill Road neighborhood surrounding the bar.
And German Hill,
The neighborhood surrounding the bar.
oh, in the neighborhood of German Hill.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'd be glad to hear from you.
Yes, tell us what you want to tell us.
Okay, yes, we are, like I said, I'm with Grayson Park Improvement Association, and
down so it's more convenient for you.
if I don't knock it down,
Just pull it down to your face.
I know I'm short. Can y'all hear me?
Officer, can you, Lieutenant, could you give a little help over here?
I think I got it. Oh, okay. Okay, can everybody hear me now?
Sure.
Okay, great. Okay, like I said, I'm Edie Schuman. I'm with the association and working with the neighborhood, and we've received many complaints throughout over the last year regarding the operations of the bar. And I first want to be able to present, over the last year, the licensee has been cited and found guilty of numerous violations. And I don't know, I have them, should I just go through them real quick? I have them all written down.
Whatever you want.
Or I could like to present all this.
And this is the petition you're handing me.
And all, in all the cases that were tried here at the liquor board, and police calls, service calls. I can hide.
That's a little microphone. So maybe move that to the right, that little, no, that one. Just move it to the right, and then you'll have space for your papers. Okay? There you
Thanks,
go.
sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, now, the.
And I'll go through these
Wait a
very
minute,
quick.
slow down. The petition, first of all, has 13 names on the front, which is required by law 10.
Right.
Or more. And then you have photostatic copies of what, police department reports?
Yes,
And these are the convictions that you say that the bar has already been
found guilty
found
for,
guilty
yes.
of in the past.
Yes, and
All
I
right.
can go through them very quickly
All
with
right,
you.
go ahead.
Okay, the first incident was on June the 8th, I think, which is the top one. This was on June 8th of 2014. Let's see, and this was approximately at, looks like at 21:45, which is 7:45. The police report just said that they were on detail at Grayson and controlled traffic, and the sergeant observed an individual walking out of the club with a bottle of open Corona beer. And then his investigation recorded that he was in, Mr. Amador was the patron's name. He was in the bar, he bought the bar and started drinking, and then he walked out of the bar with an open container without security stopping him. So it says the club playbook violated the rules of the liquor board by not providing adequate security, and they could have stopped him. So a citation was issued to the individual for an open container. That was on June the 8th. That was a police report. On July the 12th,
Mr. Chairman, I have a suggestion that may be able to streamline the hearing a little bit. We had a hearing previously with regard to all of these issues, and the board has already made a finding as to those. And I believe they may already be in the liquor board file here today. So
yes,
we-
and they're also in my packet, too. That was on October 23rd. I'm just going to go through these hearings real quick, and then I'll summarize it up on the October 23rd hearing date. I believe it was October 23rd.
Okay.
So then on July the 12th, again, inspector went into the bar and they observed somebody using a microphone. There's no live entertainment permit for the bar, so they were observed using a microphone. So they were also, and they also did have no 2014 trader's license displayed and no current alcohol awareness certificate. That was on that particular day. And again, all the details for the police reports are in there if you'd like to see it. On July the 13th, which is the following day, again, a police officer went in, a young underage person was in the bar. Her birth date was 6/21/95, and she was served. She admitted to the police officer that she was served alcohol without any identification. That's on that date. And then moving quickly up to September the 6th, there was allegations of disturbance to the neighborhood. A patron was observed leaving the bar extremely intoxicated. He needed assistance in walking by two other individuals. And then also to the neighborhood, at that time, 1:45 to 2:20, I'm on the September the 6th hearing. It says that groups numbering between 6 and approximately 18 individuals were on Graceland and German Hill Road. They were loud and disruptive. Approximately 12 were gathered around a vehicle playing music could be heard 60 yards away. So that's on the 12th. And then now coming up to on October 23rd, these charges were brought here on October the 23rd. And they are summarized on a report summary towards the end of the package. They were found in violation of all the charges except for one where there was an allegation that a buzzard was used at the bar. That was the only one that wasn't proven guilty, but all the other ones they were found guilty on. And also have attached to a history of the violations and protests in the packet that shows a previous history of the bar. So, and then bringing us up to the current year, which I just received these. So there was a service call on January 4th of 15 for a suspicious person.
Reason?
Two reasons. One, I haven't seen this information. It wasn't in the liquor board file. And the second, and more importantly, merely a call for service is not indicative of any misconduct on the part of the licensee.
Well, I'm going to let you examine her, of course, cross-examine, but I'm going to let the witness go ahead and tell us what she wants.
Okay, well, these were all calls of service for 6700 German Hill Road, which is the location of the establishment.
Mhm.
So, and you're more than happy to.
You go ahead.
Okay, so it's on January 4th, a suspicious person was called out there. It doesn't say a report was written. A common assault occurred on January the 26th. A report was written for that by the police department. On February the 23rd of this year, another common assault where there was a report written for that. And those are the police reports that I have. And also, in addition to my witnesses that I have here, I have where is it? I have a notarized letter from one of the neighbors who could not make the hearing today. And she submitted a statement. Where is it real quick? actually, can I, if I look through my papers, let them testify?
Take your time. Go ahead, look for it. Take your
Okay.
time. You don't have to get nervous or anything else. Just take your time.
Where is it? This is stuff you just gave me. All right, actually, I cannot find it. Okay, well, I can't find it right at the moment, but I do have
Later on, if you find
testimony.
it, you can.
I do have testimony. This is Brittany Lacy.
All right, we're going to do it my way.
Okay, I'm
First
sorry.
of all, questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Schuman, what is your position with the Graceland Park Improvement Association?
I am the secretary.
Okay, and how far away do you live from the playbook?
I live .19 miles from the bar, within a quarter mile.
Okay, and any of the June 8th, July 12th, July 13th, September 6th incidents that you provided, were you present? Did you observe any of those incidences?
No, I wasn't present in any of them, but they were all tried and found guilty here at the liquor board on
Okay.
October 23rd.
Now, you also you talked about calls for service on January 4th for a suspicious person, January 26th, if I can read my own writing, for common assault, and February 23rd for common assault. Were you present at any of those events?
No, I wasn't.
And do you have any information as to what the circumstances were
Yes.
behind those calls for service?
Yes, I do. I actually have just received copies of the police reports. Would you like to look at them? Or,
No.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to present. Yeah.
Yeah, all you have to do is answer his questions.
Okay. No, I
If he
wasn't.
asks for the report, then you can show it to him.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Is there, or do you have any other information with regard to any of the alleged violations in the petition? You have personal knowledge, you observing personally.
Me observing personally, no, I do not live right behind the bar.
I'm sorry, you don't live behind the bar?
No, I do not live on German Hill Road.
Okay. Thank you, I have no further questions.
All right, Commissioners' questions. I'm going to take a little out of order because of the nature of the hearing. Anything questions?
I just have one.
Ms. Schuman,
Oh.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I defer, it's fine.
Ms. Schuman, your position with the organization again is what?
I am the secretary of the Graceland Park Improvement Association.
The information that you presented to us, either based on the results of a hearing or by someone making complaint, were given to you because you are the secretary and you document those things?
Yes, everyone that has signed the petition has brought their concerns forth to us.
And you put them in a petition form,
Yes, the petition that we signed.
and you made it part of evidence?
Yes, I did.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Jones asked the question that I was going to ask, so I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, the next witness. Come on over, whoever it is. Right over to the, your name, ma'am?
I'm Brittany Lacey.
Can we step back from the mic a little bit? It's
sorry.
blowing it up more, man.
I'm sorry.
What'd you say again?
Brittany Lacey.
Well, I didn't catch it either.
Brittany Lacey.
Brittany Lacey. Okay,
Just
and
answer it. Don't-
go ahead, ma'am.
I'm just here to pretty much say what I've seen, my eyewitness accounts, ever since the bar reopened again. It was mainly just disturbing the peace.
The bar was closed by us. And you say that after it reopened, what? What did you want to tell us?
It just went back to how it was before.
Well, tell us what that is. Give us your testimony as to what happened after it reopened.
On one occasion, I witnessed, it was in August of last year, 2014. I was house sitting right next door. I think it was 6704, because I live at 6705. And I witnessed a male patron. He went right up into our driveway and urinated on the back of our car. I've also witnessed other patrons urinating on public property elsewhere on German Hill Road.
All right, when was that? You told us about the one was in August.
Yes, sir.
What were the other occasions?
I believe it was in September.
And how many times did you see this?
Many accounts, sir.
Many times?
Yes.
When you were 6704?
No,
German Hill.
6705. The first 6704 eyewitness account was, that was the one that was in August.
Okay. And what else did you see, if anything?
Well, when we addressed the problem that people are blocking driveways, the patrons argue with they've argued with us before.
Now, you're blocking driveways of people who live in the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
People who are going to and from the bar? Or who are these people that are
I'm sorry,
blocking driveways?
the people that are going to the bar, they block the residents.
And how do they block them?
On one account, I don't remember when, but it was last year.
See, we don't know. You have to tell us. You were there, or maybe somebody you were.
Right.
Did they park their car there and block it, or did they just
Yes,
temporarily turning around, or what was the nature of the blocking?
They blocked it with their vehicle.
And left the car there?
Yes, sir, and went into the
Into the bar?
Into the bar. Yes.
I see. Now, how many times did you observe this type of conduct?
About 3 or 4 times.
And over a period of what time?
Last year of August to the present, actually.
Go ahead, ma'am. Anything else?
Let's see. On one more account, it was also public urination, but it was disrespectful too that the patron, he came onto 6705 German Hill Road. I was outside with my grandmother because she smokes, so she goes out and sits on the porch. The man came into her yard and seen her and continued to publicly expose himself and urinate. And she told him to get off her property. And he called her an inappropriate word and just continued to do what he was doing. And that was in August as well, last year.
Now, you mentioned something about the fact that the people who were blocking driveways had arguments. Or did I hear the word argument?
Yes, sir.
With whom, and who was arguing with whom?
Well, the patrons will argue with, like us on 6705, because, they don't want to park anywhere else because there's not really many places to park on 6705 or Graceland. So they'll argue with us saying, they speak in, they're Hispanic, so Spanish. They'll speak Spanish, and I understand some Spanish. And on one occasion, they'll argue saying, I'm sorry, getting woozy. They were arguing, and they called my aunt, who was on 6705, out on the porch, a punta. because she was just telling them to move their car. So,
Did they move them?
no, sir.
How many times did this occur?
I lost count because they, I have nothing against any of the customers, and I'm all for like everyone and being entertained by, enjoying themselves. But it's just there's too much going on with the neighborhood disturbance, too much noise, and the parking. And just some of the patrons are really disrespectful.
You said this happened in 2014. What about this year?
This year, the parking, they're not parking so much and blocking so much. It's just mainly the public urination is still going on, and the indecent exposure.
And the what?
Indecent exposure.
What about the noise?
The noise is still loud.
And what kind of noise are you talking about?
The noise comes from the crowd, the group of crowds that they're in, the patrons are in, like 5, sometimes 10 individuals.
Are you talking about daytime, nighttime? Give us an
Nighttime.
idea of what you're talking about. We weren't there.
Right, I'm sorry. It's mainly nighttime, mainly between the times of 11 o'clock till 2 or 3, because the bar lets out around, I believe, 2, but there's still like noises afterwards.
Now, how often does this occur?
Many times, mainly on Saturdays is when it's the most noisiest.
And what about recently?
Recently, it was two weekends ago, 2 Saturdays ago, and it's the noise mainly, just them
Now,
being.
have you or anybody complained to the people who run the liquor license?
No,
Didn't go over. All right.
because we didn't see anything done about it before, so I didn't really see any reason to approach anything. I just let it go as it was.
Now, you're here today asking us to do what?
If anything, just have more security, and maybe watch their customers drinking, because there's so much a person can handle when they drink.
Ma'am, the only issue today before the board is whether or not their license should be renewed or not.
No,
So you don't want it renewed.
correct.
All right, now, he's going to ask you some questions maybe. Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Lacy, you live at 6705, and you're how many properties away from the establishment?
Well, the funeral home is right across from the bar. We live right next to the funeral home, diagonally across from the bar.
Okay, so you're on the same side as Kazarowski's funeral home?
Yes, sir.
So your property's next to their parking lot,
Yes.
and you're diagonally across from the bar?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you have a driveway?
Yes, sir.
And,
It's shared with our neighbor next door, so it's wide. It's a wide driveway.
okay, where you can actually pull cars up onto the yard? That's what you're talking about, right?
To the neighbor's yard, yes, but you wouldn't be able to do it to our yard because there's like a little fence.
Okay, but you're able to use that driveway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've had occasion where people have parked in front of that driveway?
Yes, sir. Actually, there was one account, it was last year, it was in August, and there was actually 2 cars, because I share a driveway. They actually parked blocking both parts of the driveway to get out.
Okay, and was this, you said this usually occurs on Saturday nights?
It's usually Saturday night, yes.
Okay, was this a Saturday night?
Yes.
And it was after 11?
Hmm.
Did you contact the police?
Yes, and they gave them, not a ticket, but a warning, I believe.
A warning?
Yes.
Okay. At that time of the evening, is there usually a police officer in the gas station parking lot?
I'm not aware of that. I
Okay.
can't see the parking.
Okay,
that part of
just
it.
so the record's clear, Kazarowski's is on Dundalk Avenue,
Mhm.
and then it's German Hill Road is the
Mhm.
side street, and then it's the Playbook,
Yes.
and then it's Graceland Avenue,
Mhm.
and then there's the gas station on the corner
Yes,
of
Sick Hill,
Dundalk
yes.
and Graceland, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And you can't see across from German Hill to Graceland is what you're saying?
Correct, because
Okay.
the bar's blocking the view.
Did you ever attempt to walk down and get that police officer when these people?
I wasn't
park?
aware he was
Okay.
stationed there.
Very good. And you also indicated that you didn't go around to the premises to ask them to assist you with these people who parked in front of your driveway?
Correct. I thought the security would handle it, but
Did you let them know?
I didn't let them know.
Okay. All right, and with regard to people urinating in your yard or near your yard,
Mhm.
did you contact the police about that?
Yes.
Did the police come?
They do come, but they arrive late, so by then the people have already left.
Okay, and did you contact the establishment with regard to these people?
No, I let the security know.
You did let the security know?
Mhm.
But they were gone already?
The patrons, yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, you indicated that the people park before they get to the playbook, is that correct?
Yeah, they find parking spots between Graceland and German Hill.
Okay, so they hadn't yet been into the playbook when they parked their cars?
Correct.
Okay. And did you actually watch them? How did you know that there were their patrons?
Because I watched them walk after they parked, they walked from there to the bar.
Okay. All right. Now, I think Mr. Chairman clarified this, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. When you refer to noise, you're not talking about noise coming out of the playbook. You're talking about the patrons being noisy as they walk back to their cars?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Commissioners' questions?
I just have, I think one, are you related to Ms. Schuman?
No,
You're not related?
I am familiar with her. She is a former acquaintance.
Okay, you're not related. Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
All right, next witness.
Actually, tell them about noise in the bar.
I couldn't hear. Go ahead, ma'am.
It was last year. It hasn't been happening so much this year, but mainly last year. There was loud music coming from the bar.
All right, and what's the score since this year about the music?
I haven't really been hearing much loud music now, so that must have been taken care of because I haven't been hearing anything.
You haven't heard it, or it doesn't exist?
It doesn't exist anymore this year. I already addressed that.
Since you, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Commissioners on that? No questions. All right, next witness. Your name, sir?
Jason Moxley,
Last name, spelling?
Moxley.
All right, and be glad to hear from you.
All right, yeah, I'm pretty much going to say the same thing.
In the neighborhood?
Yeah, I live 6705 German Hill Road with her. Yeah, and yes, exactly. That's my fiance. Yeah, I pretty much saying the same thing she did, because the guy who was urinating on our property, I had to stop her from going to rip his head off. That was fun. And yeah, and there was one time where there's this lady, she was across the street, and she was just in front of someone's house, just out in the open, just squatted and started to pee. And I actually had to yell at her to stop. And then there was this one guy peeing on her bush, too. It just seems like...
Now, when was this?
This was during the summer last year.
Last year?
Yeah. Oh, nothing really this year. I haven't been paying too much attention this year.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, and it's like they come out of the bar, they're always making noises. They're really loud when they come out of the bar. They're like screaming, they're off their heads, 3 sheets to the wind, whatever. And this is just on the regular, maybe not this year, but definitely last year. Like during the weekends. It seems like during the summer time is when more people start to come out, of course.
Mm-hmm. Now, what about, you see, we had these hearings and the board punished them.
Yeah.
As you know, we closed them. So I'd like to know about, since they reopened
Yeah.
after we closed them, what, if anything, was improper in your opinion?
No, I haven't been paying too much attention this year. Haven't seen too much.
What about the driveways?
The driveways, once in a while, I'll see them blocked, like, you know, like, they're not all the way in front of the driveway, but like slightly blocking the driveway. That's pretty much it.
Questions?
No questions, thank you.
All right, Commissioner questions?
Good? All right,
Just a minute. I don't know, maybe I missed something, but.
all right.
Did you have a question? I couldn't
No.
hear.
No, I don't.
All right,
No.
all right, the next witness, Lieutenant?
Good afternoon, Board. Some of the
Your name,
incidents.
sir?
I'm sorry, Lieutenant William Colburn, C-O-L-B-U-R-N.
Mhm.
I'm the
And your
Operations
assignment?
Commander of the Southeast District, Baltimore Police Department.
And is this location inside your district?
It is, sir.
All right, I'd be glad to hear from you.
Some of the incidents that were referenced by Ms. Schuman, to which she didn't have details, I have police reports to.
Now, let me ask you specifically, since we closed the bar and they reopened,
These are all since then.
since then, tell us about it.
The first one was on December 27th of 2014, approximately 11:25 p.m. I entered Playbook Sports Bar at 6700 German Hill Road to conduct a routine business check. At this time, I observed approximately 20 people dancing in pairs in an open area in the center of the bar in violation of the liquor license for that location. I asked to speak to the manager. I was approached by Mr. Fernando Pesquera, who stated that he was a manager on duty. I advised him that he was in violation of restrictions of the liquor license and that the incident would be documented. These licensees have been warned numerous times about the recurring violation of this nature, which, based upon my experience, causes larger crowds than would normally be
Wait a
at a
minute, let's
tavern
back up.
license.
This was December 27th. Do you say this happened since then, or I'm not catching your
That was
testimony?
December 27th of 2014,
And, yes,
which is since they've been reopened, I
yes,
believe.
and since that time, any more of that type? Or do
There were
you,
2 assaults since that time.
go ahead, sir.
I have 2 assault reports,
Mhm.
for which I was not present, but I do have copies of police reports. The first one was on January 26th of 2015 at approximately 2:40 a.m. Officer Bayon of Southeast District Patrol responded to 6716 Hudson Street for a report of an assault. He located Mr. Machado, who reported that while inside Playbook Sports Bar, located at 6700 German Hill Road, a security guard from the location assaulted him by punching him in different areas of his body. The only injury that the officer observed was a small bruise on Mr. Machado's right elbow. Mr. Machado refused medical attention and advised that the incident occurred because he refused to leave the bar at closing time. He also advised that he did not have any information in regards to the security guard that had assaulted him. And that was January 26, 2015. On February 23rd, 2015, at approximately 2:25 a.m., Officer Bayon responded to 6700 German Hill Road for report of an assault. He was advised by Mr. Ricky Brown, who was working as an unlicensed security guard at Playbook Sports Bar and Grill, that a fight had broken out inside the location, and when he started walking toward those involved, he was punched in the head, causing a bump on his head. Mr. Brown also refused medical attention and advised that it was his first time working at the establishment. He was there covering for another security guard. And patrol officers also documented this on a separate police report titled Liquor Board Violation due to the fact that there was no employee records for Mr. Brown.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
Cross.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colburn, you were personally there on December 27th,
Yes.
and you saw dancing?
Yes.
Okay, and you said the manager on duty that day was Fernando
Pesquero, yes.
Pesquero, not Carlos
No, Carlos Maldonado did not see that
was
evening.
not there, okay. And the other 2 police reports that you referred to, January 26th, 15, and February 23rd, 15, you were not there and present.
I was not.
Did you do any follow-up on those incidents?
I did not.
The first incident sounds like a gentleman was asked to leave at 2 o'clock and was, had some anger and aggravation about having to leave. Did you get the security side of that story?
No, according to the police report, they were unable to locate the security guard in question.
Okay. But no charges were brought against anyone.
Not to my knowledge.
And what was the state of the complainant?
According to the police report, he had a bruise on his elbow.
How about his state of,
I have no knowledge as to
Intoxication.
his mental state or state of intoxication, because I didn't interview him.
okay. And the other incident you referred to, February 23rd, 15, the security actually called the police there, is that correct?
That's correct.
With regard to his having to deal with some unruly patrons.
With people who were involved in this assault inside the establishment.
Okay. Is it good policy or bad policy to call the police if something like that occurs?
Good policy.
So your complaint is not with the fact that they called someone?
I have no complaints, sir. I'm just here to document the facts as reported by other officers.
Okay. And as a representative of the Baltimore City Police Department, you're not taking any position with regard to what the liquor board does here?
That's correct.
Okay. You're just here to put those reports?
I'm here to present the facts to the board and
Okay.
respect whatever decision they make.
Okay. So with regard to that second or third incident, February 23rd, you don't know if any charges were filed or any follow-up was done?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Commissioner questions?
No questions.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant. Next, do you have any other witnesses?
I mean, that's about it. I just want to say, the people that did sign the petition, most of them work. The reason they signed the petitions was for the reasons that I had stated on there, that when the patrons leave the bar, there's no one security coming out to disperse the crowds after closing, so they wander through the neighborhood. Neighbors have reported broken Corona bottles throughout the neighborhood, public urination, and that a crowd may gather around a car, and if security was there to disperse the crowd at the end of the night, that would be helpful, but there's no one there, so that's why there's after hours loud activity. And then we're also concerned about the underage drinking that has been occurred.
All right, now we also have a letter from Mr. Grabowski, that's been marked. Have you seen that letter?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay. That'd be marked as an exhibit. You've seen the letter? You have it, I see, or did.
And do you need copies of the police reports too from this year?
Give us anything you want. All right. Collectively, we mark them as the next exhibit.
And,
You've seen these?
I've seen one. Thank you.
And I guess just all I'm going to say too is, the neighborhood, we just feel like, the bar originally was supposed to open as an upscale sports bar, which we thought would enhance our neighborhood. Ever since then, it has turned into a nightmare. We've been at this board many, many times for the same old stuff, and it's just repeated and repeated, and over the last several years. Some of the neighborhoods, I just feel like nothing is being done. I know that they've been suspended, the license has been suspended on several occasions, and then it gets quiet, and then we continue back up again. So I'm very concerned with summertime coming up. For what small testimony I have was worth, one night after they were closed in October, I actually did come up at the Citgo. I will say this is probably the beginning of November. I sat up there on a Friday night just to observe what happened. Although I don't have anything concrete, I was up there at approximately midnight, and if they were not supposed to be serving liquor at midnight, or not serving light liquor at all, I was really just kind of wondering why so many people were coming in the bar. I mean, I understand that they're a restaurant, but, you know, and this would have been around yeah.
When they were closed?
Well, I understood October 23rd that only the the liquor license was suspended. There is a restaurant in there too. I understood they could be open for. No, I understood it was the license.
Let me say what you,
Okay.
tell us exactly what you're saying. During the time that the liquor board closed this establishment,
Okay, let's clear that up, okay? After October 23rd, the hearing, it was the community's understanding, and I was here at that hearing, that they were not allowed to serve alcohol, because it is a restaurant establishment too. We understood that the bar could be open only as a restaurant, but not able to serve liquor. So if you were telling me that,
picked up the license.
right, but they were still allowed to serve food, apparently, correct? So they were open, yes, they were open after October 23rd.
Yes, we picked up the license, we did not pick up any type of business license.
Right,
They
right.
may have had beyond that.
Right, so I mean, I kind of was wondering why, you know, at midnight, large numbers of people are going into the bar, and wondering if, you know, they were actually serving food at midnight on a Saturday night when their liquor license was picked up, so, you know. I did not go inside, but I did observe a lot of people going in there at midnight.
The question's never come up before. I'm the opinion probably that they could serve food as long as there's no alcohol involved.
Right, so
Any other type of business that they may have had permits to do. I mean, other people may have different kinds of business permits that we have no control over.
right, and I understand it, and I'm not saying that, that's why I was saying that all I'm saying is I did observe people going into the bar at midnight. Now, yes, they have a restaurant,
But you didn't see
business
any.
there. I didn't see any
drinking.
open containers, but, you know, all I can say was awful lot. A lot of people must have been hungry at midnight on a Saturday night, I guess, you know. It's kind of what, you know, I wonder, I question, you know, how many people were actually
Well, was
going to a
any
restaurant.
violations of the law or complaints of the community with respect to it being open for food? Did you see anything?
No, not for food. No, in fact, we would have liked it to have been an upscale restaurant, sports bar that's what it was promised. And actually, they kind of changed their trading as name too, to not Playbook. They changed it to, it's called Passiones or Passiones, Passiones. So they don't even publicize as Playbook. They publicize themselves as Passiones or whatever you call
What's
that.
that? What is, can anybody explain?
There is a large Hispanic clientele. The trade name is still Playbook. Is for, the Hispanic name is Passiones.
I see. Okay.
Okay, well, I didn't even know that that's meant the Playbook. And then just another concern, I mean, with the live entertainment, it's just been constant violations of the live entertainment. And upon reviewing some of these.
Since this year, how about this year?
This year, one patron that lives on the even side of German Hill Road said that they did hear loud music coming in out of it late on a Saturday night, that I was told. I know it's hearsay, but that's one of the complaints that were made to us.
It was what?
That there was loud music coming from the bar at
Loud music
approximately, on a Saturday night, approximately, they said it was about maybe a month and a half ago. That's what they were told me. And then also on the police report too, and I know I went through them very quickly, one disturbing thing I saw too, outside of the live entertainment, a new thing I saw is I did see, it was written up where there was hookah that was going on inside of that bar. Hookah.
A hookah.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, it's supposed to be like some kind of a thing that you smoke out of, like, I mean,
Well, go ahead, tell us what.
well, in a police report, it did say that a hookah was being observed in use inside of that bar.
Okay.
So that's a
Well,
new,
let me
that was a new
Can my
trend.
commissioners tell me, is that a violation of the law or what?
They have a permit, it's not.
The permit.
They don't have a hookah
They
permit.
don't have, do they have a permit,
I
council?
don't even know if hookah is regulated.
Yeah, the state of hookah regulation is in total flux right now, but basically, if you have a liquor license establishment and/or restaurant, people aren't supposed to smoke. It's basically tobacco. So it'd be the same as somebody lighting up a cigarette inside the bar. It would be illegal.
Yeah, it's some kind of like, I heard it's some kind of like flavored tobacco thing they put in a pipe and smoke it.
you say?
So, I mean, that's something that we weren't even aware of that even happened in that bar until I got the police report. So in addition to all the usual,
What did the police report say?
it's in one of the ones I gave you. Here it is, it's on the one dated July the 12th
What year?
of 2014. But I didn't even become aware of it until recently,
Okay, so
until I
that's
got
the year
these.
before we closed the bar.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's in July of 2014, right, correct.
All right, now, since you've testified again, I'm going to allow cross-examination again. Anything? Any questions?
Thank you. If I may just have 1 second to look for the speaker because I...
Well, she said it was 2014.
It's page 3 of 3. That's what she talks about. Actual report. It's in the 12, 14.
It's, Mr. Previous, page 3 of 3.
All right, what's the question?
I'm not sure.
So in addition to the others,
He's on questioning.
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I hadn't asked a question yet, Your Honor. I wanted to read that part of the report before I decided whether I wanted to ask a question about it. I don't have a question about that. I have no further questions, thank you.
All right, Commissioner, questions anymore? On this, the additional testimony only that this witness just finished.
No, I don't have any
Okay.
questions.
All right, now, all evidence is in on your side. All right, your case, sir.
Thank you, sir. Before I begin, I would like to make only one technical motion with regard to the format of the petition, and that is under Article 2B, Section 10301. It refers to more than one category of people who can be involved in the protest, one of which is that persons shall not be liquor licensed persons. The actual petition says "we, the undersigned residents." It doesn't exclude whether they are in fact licensees of other establishments.
What is your point?
That the petition is defective
Why?
because the language in the petition does not exclude whether the persons who signed it are liquor licensees.
In other words, liquor licensees are not allowed to be protestants. Is that what your point is?
Yes, Your Honor, they
And the petition doesn't show whether or not they are or are not.
Right. The statute says signed by not less than 10 residents, commercial tenants who are not holders of or applicants for any license issued under this article, or real estate owners in the immediate vicinity in which the licensed place of business is located.
Well, my ruling on that is, of course, the law says what it says, and we certainly observe it. However, I think the burden is upon you to show that the petition is in some way defective, and you have not shown that.
Okay.
All right. Now, what is your rest of your case?
Thank you. I'm going to call Mr. William Matrosini the licensee, but there's one other item that I would like to make sure that's in the record, and that is that I was provided by the board with an investigation report regarding February 28, 2015, and I wanted to make sure that that was in the record because it's pertinent
Okay,
to
somebody will have
conduct
to
since
hand
the
it to me.
closure.
I don't know.
Is that in the record already, Ms. Bailey Hitchbeth?
It is part of the packet that the chair asked for in the visit on 2/22. Is that what you're speaking of?
February 28th, yes.
Sir, that is in the packet.
I would like that.
You want us to review it?
Yes, Your
Can
Honor.
we see a copy of it?
Of course.
Somebody give us,
Here's, for you.
okay. All right, you want me to read the report?
Yes, Your Honor, and have it in minute.
All right, the report says that the staff of the liquor board came and were shown the changes made to correct the problem with respect to dancing. First, he added more tables to take up the space known as a dance floor and added 15 television so that the place is more of a sports bar. And that's what the report says.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. Now, I call Mr. William Matrosini. Mr. Matrosini, you've been sworn.
I have, yes.
Okay, and you are a liquor licensee of the establishment?
I am.
And you're also an owner of both the entity that owns the business and as well as the real estate, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you owned this business?
Since 2006, I believe, is when we started everything.
And
Can you raise the microphone, please?
I'm
and then
terribly
speak
sorry,
into it?
okay. Is that
Well,
better?
that's it, so you don't have to hunch over and we can hear you.
Is that better?
That is better.
Okay. And after 2006, at some point, the premises closed for a period?
Yes, we were closed for normal heart surgery.
And so the reason that it was closed is you had heart surgery?
Yeah, I think we filed twice for hardship extensions.
Okay. And at some point on or around 2011, the premises reopened?
That is correct.
Okay. And when the premises reopened, what type of clientele is the primary source of business?
You know, I don't have a specific type of clientele, but, you know, certainly anybody who wants to come and enjoy themselves,
Okay.
enjoy the food.
Are there a lot of Latino or Hispanic clientele?
Recently, yeah. In the last few years, we've got a Latino manager now who is very good at marketing and whatnot, and he's established a very good clientele of Latinos.
Okay. Now, with regard to we were here at a hearing in October. Do you recall that?
I do.
All right. And the premises, the liquor license was ordered suspended for a period of 6 weeks or 42 days. You recall that?
I recall that, yes.
And the license, alcohol was not served during that time. Is that right?
That is correct.
You honored the suspension?
Yes, we did. Well, the suspension of sales of alcohol, yes.
All right. And you did not request a stay of that suspension?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, since that time, since the premises reopened with alcohol, approximately December?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is it better? I'm sorry.
All right. Since you served the suspension,
Right.
have you taken the board's warning loud and clear?
I think so. I think just from the testimony that you've seen here today that, you know, there have been some improvements. I mean, nobody's perfect, but we have tried. I mean, we certainly have made an effort to.
Okay, and Lieutenant Colburn referred to an incident in December where there was still people dancing. And what have you done since then with regard to the dance floor?
Just as the liquor board report indicated, we've installed tables and other things to dissuade that or to try to minimize that.
Okay. How many persons are employed by this premises?
On any given day, anywhere between 10 and 15.
And there's also security?
Yes, we have security.
Is that on the weekends or at all times?
Mostly on the weekends. We do have a light staff during the week if necessary.
Okay, and the
It all dictates by, you know, what's happening that evening.
And the premises is also a restaurant?
Yes, it is.
And you serve food?
Oh, yeah.
And what type of food?
Latino, Mexican type, different, you know, fajitas, things like that.
And food is served at what times?
It's served all day.
Until the premises is closed?
Pretty much. I mean, probably 1:30 or so, 1:15, we'll start to close the kitchen down.
Okay, and Ms. Lacy had explained to the board that she had encountered some problems with people parking in front of her driveway
I heard that.
and urinating.
Yeah, that's a terrible thing to have happen.
You need to speak up, please.
I'm sorry.
Just keep talking like you're talking to somebody.
I think you need to talk directly in.
Am I better this way? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
There you go.
Is it much better? Okay. No, I heard the testimony Ms. Lacy gave.
Okay. You have security,
We do.
and have you instructed them to monitor what area?
All around the bar, up into the residential sections where Ms. Lacy lives.
Not just at your front door?
No, not just at the front door, no.
Okay.
We were instructed, and during that meeting, we indicated that we would have people police because they were indicating there were some bottles and whatnot. And, you know, at 2 o'clock in the morning, it's difficult to see all the bottles, but we do try to get all of them if there are any there, so.
Okay, and you're referring to a meeting?
Yeah, a meeting at Kazarowski's a number of months ago. I don't recall the actual date of it.
Okay, was that approximately August the 14th?
I think that might be right. I don't recall the date.
Okay. And you addressed concerns with the community at that point?
I did address some of the concerns at that meeting. That meeting was, I think, about the playbook, and we were invited by someone to come and be there. And I thought that I had tried to address some of the complaints that they had.
Okay. One of the issues involves people parking their cars on the public streets on Graceland and German Hill Road.
Yeah, it's a big issue, and it's been a big issue since we've had the bar, very minimal parking. One of the suggestions at that meeting, there's a lot that's across the street behind the Citgo station that could probably house 20 or 30 cars. During that meeting, I made the suggestion that we might be able to use that. My idea was to have the patrons park there, and then when we let out, to have them all go, instead of going in to get into their cars into the residential district, they'd be all centralized in this one location near the Citgo, and we transfer them over to Dundalk Avenue so that we no need to go into the residential area at all. So, but that was kind of dismissed out of hand.
And did you actually discuss a parking arrangement with the owner of that property?
We had discussed it many times with him, but it always seems to get quelled and squashed for zoning issues or something like that.
So he would agree to
Yes.
that parking arrangement?
Yes, at
Okay.
the last conversation I had with him, yes.
Okay. Well, now, with regard to music in the premises,
Right.
you've toned that down?
I think based on the evidence and the testimony given, that might prove that we did.
Okay. And what about patrons being boisterous as they leave?
You have the right to have dancing.
I'm sorry, sir?
Your license permit dancing?
No, sir. I don't believe we are.
So therefore, it doesn't permit music.
I don't know about permitting music. I think we have a jukebox. I don't know if that's.
Some pipe music might be okay.
You're going to question him about the incident the police lieutenant testified to?
The dancing, Your Honor?
Yes, the time he was there in December.
Okay.
About that.
You weren't present on December 27th when Lieutenant Colburn said he witnessed persons dancing.
I was not.
So you can't say whether that happened or didn't happen because you weren't there.
Unfortunately, I can't speak to that, no.
Do you condone it?
No.
Okay. And you understand, you actually, before, at the point that you were about to reopen in 2011, you actually went and had a zoning hearing
We did.
with request to a conditional use for
We did.
dancing and entertainment?
We did, yes. We went
Okay.
before
So
zoning. yeah.
you're totally aware of the requirement. You were not granted that, and you were totally aware of the requirement that
that-
people aren't
That is correct. That is
legally, for zoning reasons, allowed to dance.
correct.
And you don't condone it, and you don't
No.
encourage it, and you don't
No.
want it to happen.
No, obviously not.
Okay. All right, so it was after that incident Lieutenant Colburn referred to that it was in the Liquor Board's investigative report that there were additional tables and additional TVs.
That is correct.
So that was done after that incident as a result of the prior October hearing, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. What are you asking the board to do today?
Just to consider, that, I think we've tried to make some strides in getting along with the community. We've made certainly a good effort. Maybe we fall short a bit, but I certainly would entertain, trying to improve more if we can. I don't know what else to say. I mean, other than we'll try.
Okay. You're asking the board to renew the license, is that correct?
I would like to have the license renewed, certainly.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. There's a couple things I want to address. Now, this, I'm not aware of this liquor board inspection on February the 28th. So was this an unplanned visit or or a scheduled visit where you had time to prepare for the liquor board to come out?
I wasn't there. I wasn't there for the,
I'm just asking, was
I
this a
have-
scheduled visit where you had time to prepare for the liquor board to come out?
the
Was
first,
this a scheduled visit?
I could have Chief Inspector Jones address that issue if you'd like.
Can we just get his understanding of what the visit was? And if he doesn't have an understanding, he can say so.
it wasn't pre-planned as far as I know.
Thank you.
So, okay, so we don't, so then, okay, and then, with reference to this, parking lot behind the Zitgo, again, we have went over this many, many times. This lot that he is referring to is zoned as an R.
Don't testify, ma'am. Any questions?
Oh, any questions? Are you aware of the zoning on the lot behind the Citgo station?
From my understanding, part of it is business and part of it is residential. I think there's 3 lots there from what I saw, and 2 of the lots are business, and then the very third lot, which is closest to the residential, is residential. So it's like, it's not just one zoning on that lot, from what I understand.
Okay, well, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but for the record, it is an R3 there, which does not allow any type of business activity on the lot.
Your understanding is what, ma'am?
The lot is an R3,
R3?
yes,
Mhm.
not,
Which means
it's residential, strictly for business.
for the whole
His-
lot?
Right.
Mhm.
And his business is a B2, so you cannot have B2
Well, we
activities.
understand that.
Okay,
And he's answered that what his understanding, and you told us what your understanding is.
yes.
Any other questions?
And then, no, not at this, no.
Other questions? All right, commissioner questions? Of the licensee?
You said that you made changes. You put tables in place where the dancing floor was. You added TVs and so forth. And shortly thereafter, Lieutenant Coburn, I think his name is, came out and saw individuals dancing. Or was that dancing before you made the change?
I thought it was before we made the change. I could be wrong on the dates, but
Now, that's, to me, that's topical. What did you do with the employees? Did you further train them, re-advise them on what to do and what not to do?
well, we try to increase our training as things go along, and yeah.
So what type of training did you provide? Because I'm quite sure you told them prior to that the 23rd of, let me get my date, yeah, when Officer Coleman came out, Lieutenant Coleman came out and made the, what am I- give me a
December
second.
27th, Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah. December the 27th? On December the 27th, when Lieutenant Coleman came out, he saw the dancing.
Right.
I'm quite sure your staff was aware that dancing wasn't allowed at that time.
I guess.
So,
I'm
you
sorry.
guess? What do you know? You say
well,
you have a lot of
I-
doubt in a lot of things you're saying here
Well,
to us today.
We made it more serious, I guess, is what we did. We tried to be more in line with what we're supposed to be doing, so.
So, I'm trying to understand, and I'm kind of like close to going one way, but you're not encouraging me. I'm trying to find out, how serious are you about getting your establishment in alignment with what your permit allowed you to do? And when it's not in alignment and those people you leave in charge, what action are you taking against those individuals? You need to tell me something. Everything is up in air with you. You don't know anything.
I'm not involved in the day-to-day operations, and so from that standpoint, yes, you're right. I may sound like I'm waffling a bit, but we do make sure that our people are taking care of things, and that's what I'm trying to do. I think that, the testimony here shows that we've made great improvements and great strides over what happened previously. So, yeah, we are very serious about it. And again, I think that the testimony bears out that, a lot of the concerns that the community has presented us, we've tried to address as best as we can.
Well, I think it differently. Now, again, testimony was that the parking paths were partially blocked.
Right.
Testimony was that noise came after you reopened. Yes. Well, Trust me, it was stated. And when you spoke to all the events, the only thing I can hear you saying is that it's my belief that, and you told me just now that you're not involved in the day-to-day operation of the establishment. Wouldn't it be in your best interest to bring someone here who is involved in the day-to-day activity of the operation so that they can speak facts as to what is going on and a clear understanding of what they are trying to do to correct all the problems?
Yes, sir. You're correct.
I'm through, Judge.
Okay, questions?
Who is George Divol or George Dival?
That's my nephew and my partner.
And how often is George at Playbook?
I can't speak exactly how often, but much more than I am. He's more active in the day-to-day operations than I am.
And who is Donna Matriciani?
That's my wife.
And how often is Donna at Playbook?
Very rarely. She does most of the paperwork and
So,
the administrative end of it.
who is it that is at Playbook every day when the bar is open?
Our managers.
And your managers, and what are their names?
We had Carlos Bulnes and now Fernando is there.
Mel Fernando?
I'm sorry?
Mel?
No. Fernando, and I don't recall his last name.
So Fernando is the first name?
Yes.
And Carlos, what is his last name?
Bulnes.
I'm sorry?
Bulnes.
Bulnes. They're the ones that are there every day?
Yes.
One of the things that's sort of come out is you're really not there that often, correct?
That's correct.
And you really don't know what's going on in the bar in terms of the day-to-day operations and the night-to-night operations.
That is correct.
And nor does Donna. She knows less than you.
That's correct.
And maybe George knows a little bit more than you, but not much. Because the real managers are Fernando, who you don't even know his last name,
That's correct.
right? And Carlos.
That's correct.
So the problem I'm having is, I'm hearing a lot of, we try, we attempt, I think, perhaps, I'm certain. And I'm not feeling that the problems are being addressed. That's the concern I'm having. You can see how this math is working out, right?
I can certainly see your point.
Okay.
Listening to the testimony, I think that there has been some improvements. And again, just because they're talking about last year, and then when Mr. Ward asked him about this year, and it's like, well, it really hasn't happened that much. So,
But see, when I heard this year, I'm thinking January, February, and March.
right.
And now it's April, and it's just now getting warm. And so as we get closer to the end of April, May, June, and July, what guarantee is there that the problems that happened in the summer when people are out and about aren't going to reoccur? Because it is your responsibility to make sure that people aren't urinating on your neighbor's lawns. It is your responsibility to make sure that people aren't parking their cars where residents live. And it is your, as a licensee's, responsibility to make sure that people are not being overserved and going out and getting into fights and having assaults. That is your responsibility. And we have taken serious action with other licensees when that conglomeration, or I say it's a horrible cocktail of problems, exist. So I need to hear something that addresses those concerns, and so far I just haven't heard it.
All I can tell you is I'll do the best I can. That's all I can do. I don't know what.
But you know, saying you're going to do the best you can tells me that a different decision might need to be made than what I originally thought, because when you say you're just going to do the best you can, that's just not good enough for the community. It's just not. Okay. It's not fair to them. And
I don't
part
know.
of what happens, I mean, I can't cite you the exact law, but one of the things that a licensee is required to do is to exercise and use their license in a way that does not cause harm to the community. And what's described here does add up to harm to the community. So what are we going to do about that? I mean, like, the options is to not renew the license or to renew the license. comfort must be given.
May
Assure-
I ask a question?
Yes,
with regard to that?
that's not for me to say, but,
I just want to focus Mr. Matrosini on providing a solution, and I want to ask him a question.
Let me say that's not the issue before this commission. As to what we're going to do and how we're going to do this and that and the other thing. The issue is whether or not the license should be terminated based upon the evidence, which I've already referred to. It must be clear evidence as to whether or not the evidence is present before this board, since this licensees have control of this license, as to whether or not the evidence is so serious that we should terminate the license. And all this business about what's going to happen in the future has really got nothing to do with it. We're dealing with evidence today, and is what has occurred before. So I'm going to let you ask the question, but I'm just telling you what the law is. Go ahead.
With regard to Commissioner Moore's question, it appears in her mind that the license either doesn't get renewed or there's more management from the actual ownership. Are you prepared? I know that we're going back to what has happened in the license year, but are you prepared to make that commitment to this board?
I've certainly prepared to make a commitment to the board to do better. Absolutely, and that's why we're here.
And more on day-to-day, on hands,
On day-to-day, on-
yourself and or Mr. Dival?
Yes,
Okay. And Mr. Bullness, your manager?
yes.
Okay. Has his role increased or decreased since the premises? Since
It
reopened?
has decreased a bit. That's why we got Mr. Fernando involved.
Okay. And is Mr. Fernando
Yes.
being intended to be utilized more and Mr. Bullness less?
That is the intention, yes.
And that's what you've done to address
Correct.
the concerns that have come out from your neighbors?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right, final argument is what we should do. 2 minutes, ma'am. I'm going to time you in 2 minutes. You may go first.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? This is argument. In other words, argument meaning you telling the commission what you want the commission to do, and you have 2 minutes.
Well, I can say it in one sentence.
You don't have to say anything, but I'm.
I do. The community just doesn't feel as if, despite requests from Mr. Matriciani and promises that have been made to us as to how the bar is going to change and what is going to happen, to this date, we have not seen any action upon any of what Mr. Matriciani has promised, that the bar was going to be better. And we haven't seen, if anything, things have gotten worse in the community over the last year. The trend is not going the way we would like to see it. It happens, he gets fined, and it goes good for a little while, then we get into the warm months, and it's the same old thing. It happens repeatedly every year. And based upon the trend and the repeated false commitments of the owner, we just do not feel that it is in the best interest of the community to have the board renew their license. Thank you.
Your 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I respectfully request that the board renew the license. The concerns of the community are serious, and we take them seriously, and we don't try to dismiss those. But under the rule and the existing statute, the standard has the conduct arisen to the level that the most severe sanction of loss of the license is appropriate. I respectfully submit that it's not. We don't take it lightly. They received a serious fine and a serious closure. They've reacted to that. They don't want to lose their license, and I just request that the board not kill the license at this time and they renew it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I vote first, of course, and I'm now going to, the question and the evidence presented before the board is whether it's serious enough to terminate the license. We have two kinds of evidence before us. What happened in 2014 when the board did close this license for a 6-week period of time, up and through December, apparently, 2014. And then we have the period of time that it's occurred since the license reopened properly under the law after having served their penalty. If the testimony was consistent afterwards, that what had occurred before when we terminated the license for a period of time, there would be no question in my mind that this license should be terminated. But however, in listening carefully to the evidence, most of the evidence that was given, and when I took notes on it, occurred before it reopened. And that's why we closed it. The testimony as to what has happened in 2015 shows that while there have been some incidents, for example, on February 23rd, 2015, 2:25 a.m., these incidents where the police referred to the assaults. One time the security guard punched somebody, and on another occasion the security guard got punched. And then, of course, we have we have an incident of when the police officer was present, Lieutenant Colburn, and saw people dancing and with music and so forth, which is a clear violation of the license. And the attempt by the licensee to go before the zoning board to appear, which failed. But other than that, and the witnesses, which I believe all the testimony on both sides, stating that the parking violations and the urination and so forth with respect to 2015 was either almost non-existent or not remembered or not testified to. So while the licensee himself seems to be unable to guarantee exactly what's going to happen in the future, saying you're going to do our best and all these indefinite types of promises, it seems to be evidence that there was improvement and an attempt to do the right thing. Therefore, I vote in accordance with the regulations which are before the board, that there's insufficient evidence to close this license at this time. But it's clear to me that if any of these things that happened in 2014 occur, as Commissioner Moore carefully points out, coming up in the summertime when we have problems, it seems to me that the liquor board would have certainly more than sufficient evidence to close this license for a considerable period of time. But not to me, I don't find the evidence sufficient at this time to meet the strong evidence that is necessary to terminate. Something that to knock a person out of business must be clear, and use the word convincing, must be weighty, persuasive, that the liquor board, that the licensee is in serious violation of the liquor license laws of Baltimore City and the state of Maryland, so that there would be, the citizenry would be, that the license operation would be in disregard of the best interests of our citizenry. I don't believe the test has been met, and therefore I vote no as to closing the license.
Well, I'm looking at the testimony of Ms. Lacy and Mr. Mosley. They were very strong about how they felt about the establishment prior to the closing. And they both seemed to think that there was some improvement to the point where they were almost not looking at the patrons as they left your establishment. So I'm assuming that you did make some improvement. Looking at the visit by staff from the liquor board, who also witnessed that there were some changes made in the establishment, indicating to me that some attempt was made to improve the situation. But in talking to you and listening to you, you don't encourage me at all. You just make me feel like it's going to happen again. But like the judge say, we can only take the evidence presented from April the 1st through March the 31st, from the 14th to the 15th. 2014 to 2015. Based on that information, I have to agree, Judge, that we haven't received enough information to close this establishment down. But if you add it to it in the way you look at your business, you'll be back. I do believe that. I hope not.
So I join with the fellow, with the chairman and Commissioner Jones in deciding that the license should be renewed. I do so clearly with reservation, but that is the decision, and I base the decision on the fact that I don't think that the evidence presented it certainly is specific to your bar. It's specific to how your bar operates or fails to operate within the law. The concerns that they raised are very clear. They are troubling. But we cannot dispute that there's been some improvement since the bar was closed and then reopened. And it's for that reason that I can vote to, or join in reissuing the license. But I think that in large measure, you and the other two licensees are absent licensees. You're not present. You're not on the ground. You're not aware of what's really happening on a day-to-day basis. You've brought in a manager who, as in your own words, has done a very good job in expanding the business and bringing in new clientele. The things that are prohibited that have continued to occur are clearly prohibited. They are problems that have to be addressed. They're not iffy or perhaps, or we'll do our best. No dancing means no dancing. And we have closed bars for that violation, and we'll do so. I think you've been helped more by the weather than by your business practices. And I hope that you prove me wrong, because May is just around the corner and it's getting warmer. And if the problems reoccur, you'll be back. And I hope the chairman is still here when you come back.
I want to make sure we understand. The decision is, no, it should not be closed. Yes, it should be renewed.
Correct.
And that's our decision.
Yeah. All right.
And let me say to the citizenry, that doesn't stop you from making complaints. So if you find that things happen,
We made so many repeated complaints.
not by this board. You came before us one time, and we shut her down. You come before us
Been
again.
shut down several times.
Not this board.
Well,
Not me.
okay, well, I guess the next year there'll be another board, then we start all over again.
And I'm going to resign at the end of June. So if you have problems between now and June, you want to bring your complaints either privately, which we have, I've set up a private docket so they don't know who's making the complaints, or publicly. And if you do, my executive secretary has been instructed to immediately send out inspectors, day or night, weekend or not, to find out what's going on. And we're interested to hear it if you find it.
Well, I can say as a liquor board has been hearing it for the last couple years, and we're in the same position we are in now that we were several years ago.
I don't doubt it.
So it doesn't leave me very much hope for this board, so thank you very much for your
The
time.
one thing I would just, I mean, he's the chairman, he tends to get the last word, but the one thing that I heard consistently is that calls were not being made to the licensee because, and I understand it. You get the feeling that nothing's gonna happen, but I like to think that since June 24, which was our first hearing as a group, I think we've demonstrated to the public that we will take action, and we have taken action with this particular licensee, and a 6-week closure is significant.
Have you looked
But
in the past, how many times they've been
well,
closed
and
down?
we can't deal with the past. We can only take ownership of what this board, this threesome has done with our new executive secretary, our chief inspector, our new deputy executive secretary. I think that we've shown that we will take action, and we want to hear from you. Today's decision is today's decision, but if there's a violation tomorrow, we expect you to make a phone call. Tomorrow's Friday. It's going to be warm. Call.
And we make a
Call.
violation call, and
Let's not get into
And we
it.
still get- we
We're
still
we're going
operate,
way
so
beyond.
thank you very much.
Okay, folks, call the next case when you're ready.
Chairman,
Break? Okay, sure. Take 10-minute break. Huh? 10.
He's in the back. Let me go get him. He's right there. Yeah.
Let's see what he has to say.
I'll bring them all back.
He's here now. Who wasn't here? The other one. Give me my phone number.
Yeah, no, I guess you're gonna put us back on the record? All right, I'm coming back.
What did I do with my pen?
Darn it! So I'll go back and read it in? Because
Well, no,
we're gonna go back to the 11 o'clock document.
it's gone. It was a great pen.
All right, let me go back to the issue of 2501 Fleet Street. Who are you, sir?
James Casper.
And you are
I'm on the license. I'm a resident agent for that license.
resident agent. Are you the licensee?
No,
Okay, you're just a resident
no,
agent.
I haven't seen her in over a year.
So what is your, what do you want to tell us?
There's been some activity at the bar, and I've been trying, this transfer is supposed to take place in October, because I wanted off the liquor license because it was not being, the bar was not being run in a responsible manner. And the residents have put up with a lot of stuff, and they, because they know me personally, as someone who's good and standing in the area, in the neighborhood, they would call me. But since I haven't been there, they said there's been all kinds of problems, and they tried to get resolution. They've tried to talk to the
Well,
new
let me
man-
stop you, but let's not go over the whole case. But the license was requested to be transferred today.
I was not aware.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to be aware of it. You're the resident agent, and their job to find a current resident agent. And as far as I know, the testimony before us covered all bases, and you're not the licensee.
No, but it's still in it's still in CVS VG name?
No, that was what the transfer was.
Then they changed the name, so you're out of it, sir.
Okay.
Just
All right.
forget it.
All right, thank you very much.
Take a eraser and erase it off your mind. Thank you for
Thank you for
bringing it
peace of
to us,
mind.
our attention.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, call the next case for this afternoon.
2501 Fleet Street.
That, it was 2501 Fleet Street,
Okay,
yes.
he's mistaken.
Mhm. All right, call the next for the afternoon docket.
He's a character. Okay.
Sorry. The last item is, pardon me again.
So that's
It
mine.
is Louis George, 2 Louis Cantina 2 LLC, Punto G, Restaurant and Lounge. This is located at 123 North Clinton Street. This is a Class B, excuse me, not a BD7, beer, wine, and liquor. Protest of renewal under Article 2B, 10301A.
All right, enter your appearance, please, sir.
For the record, Melvin J. Kaminsky, 19 East Bay Street, representing the licensee.
All right, now I'm going to reverse and take the protest first, and then go to you. There-
Just to make it real technical, real quick, and get it on the record.
Mhm.
As to the petition, number one, we make an objection as to the petition, pretty much based on what Mr. Priebus had indicated, that the statute says that in a petition, they must state that they are not licensee holders or.
I don't have a petition. Do you have a petition?
I do. I'll get your copy.
I gotta see what you're talking about. Get a copy of the petition so I can look at it.
I've got one of them.
Well, I'll give it back to
They're all
you.
the same.
They're all the same. I had it
I have it. I think it's this, right?
right there, yeah.
Is it this?
Yeah.
It goes on for
There's
some pages.
more than one page, so.
Yeah.
They all read the same.
All of them read the same.
Okay, I think I do have that here. I'll give that back to you. All right. And now there was one, 2, 3 pages, 4 pages of petition. And what do you have to say about it?
And I'm saying is that in the section of 10-301, Article 2B 10-301, would indicate that petition must be signed by not less than 10 residents, commercial tenants who are not holders of or applicants for any licenses issued in this article. I think we said it's an affirmative statement that has to be under statute. And this,
Where does it say that?
I'm reading.
It says that's the law as to
That's
what
the
it,
law under
yeah.
Article 2B. It's how the petition should be
It
stated.
doesn't say that, and I don't believe it says that's how the
I'll
petition.
read it one more time.
Go ahead.
So the protest shall be signed by not less than 10 residents, commercial tenants who are not holders or applicants for any license issued under this article, or real estate owners in the immediate vicinity. So we're saying that's affirmatively must be stated.
Didn't say that. Didn't say that. It has to be stated in the petition. That's what I'm asking you
It's not
specifically.
stated in the petition.
See, that's one of the problems that I have with you sometimes, is that you ad lib as to what you're saying the code says, and the code doesn't say that. It's true that the law requires that people who are petitioners meet certain qualifications. And if you find that any of these names do not meet that qualification, bring it to my attention and with evidence.
But I'm saying that for the record, I feel it has to be stated affirmatively as much as Mr. Previous. And I know you feel otherwise, but I at least have to put it in for the record.
Sure, got your motion.
And number 2 is that I think that the petition goes outside of the parameters of the license year, which would be from May 1st to April 30th. And the first items there prior to that in 2013. And it misstates the current license year as indicating that it is from April 1st. As indicated, we'd like to formally protest the renewal of this establishment for the year starting April 1st, 2015. Obviously, we're past April 1st, and the license year runs to April 30th.
I don't understand your point.
The point is that the petition misstates what they're requesting. They're requesting that to be renewed for the current year, April 1st. We're past April 1st already.
All right, well, they're indicating that the month of April in effect, and that's the way I so hold. And I deny your motion entirely. With respect to qualifications that the codes often state, there are lots of other ways that these people who have signed this petition may be disqualified, not just limited to the ones that you have in the code. The motion's denied. We'll go on with I'm going to take you first,
Okay.
sir. Because you are the one you and your witnesses are bringing the charge that this license should be terminated. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand
Now, were
that.
you present in the room when I read the regulations that the board is governed by with respect to that?
Yes, sir. But just want one clarification. Does this, with that administrative decision, does that refer to the last liquor board year running from May 1st to April 30th? Like, can I include it? Like, he's been before liquor board before on September 18th. Can I still bring up things that were brought up in the 7th?
You can bring up anything you want. You may not have been listening to me when I read these, but the evidence should include the record of this licensee back to the time that he took ownership and operation of the license.
Okay.
Anything from then until now.
Okay.
And identify yourself when you.
Sure.
We haven't gotten there.
Do we all need to be sworn in, or?
Yeah, we'll swear all the witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, sir, your name?
Matthew Gonter, Gonter. I am the Housing Code Committee Chair for the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association. I am also a resident of Patterson Park Neighborhood Association.
All right, be glad to hear from you, sir.
Okay.
Why should the license be terminated?
Okay. I was here at the last hearing involving Punta G on September 18th. I know that he was given a 30-day suspension on that date for over-serving patrons, for having live entertainment without a license, and for overcrowding, I believe. At that time, I recall that this board told Mr. George that you didn't want to see him back at this liquor board again for any other violations. Unfortunately, since he reopened on October 17th, 2014, he's continued to have live entertainment events without a license, and he has freely advertised them on social media, including his own Facebook page. And I have evidence to give to the board regarding that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first up is a,
You said since then, he has live entertainment, and what was it after that?
I mean, he's advertising on social media like Facebook, he has a page for the El Punto G
And
bar.
what does the advertising say?
DJs, he advertises himself as a nightclub.
You gotta be specific, sir.
He's advertising as a nightclub when he's only supposed to be a bar and a lounge. He's not supposed to be running a nightclub with
He
dancing.
says he's a nightclub?
Yes. He's advertised DJs, he's advertised dance parties. I have one.
Since he was closed?
Since he was closed, from October 17th until just this past weekend, he has advertised events that involve live entertainment.
Where was this?
It was on his Facebook page for his bar.
Now, how does he, be specific, how's it on the Facebook?
He's posted an event.
Under his name or under the bar's name?
Under the bar's name. There's a page on Facebook called El Punto G, 123 North Clinton Street. And he has, oh yeah. Yeah, here, I'll give you these items.
I'll make an objection. I haven't seen it, but it's just saying he's given it to you.
I have another copy if you want it.
You got copies for
Yeah,
him?
I should.
When you gave me a big pile, are these different incidents?
Different incidents.
Look, he's got the.
Okay, he's got 'em.
Yeah.
The first one you'll see is the grand reopening party that I had on October 17th.
Wait a minute, so we can get. Okay. Let me see where it says his location. On there. I don't have it on here.
It is on that one.
Your Honor.
It-
It's on this one. Let me see this one here.
And you'll see, it says nightclub at the top of
does
it.
say El Punto G.
Let's get this right. And this one is, I'll mark this as, the file be admitted as Exhibit 1.
Okay.
And this would be exhibit in my hand, Exhibit 2, mark it.
Sure, got it.
Which one is it? I can't.
I'm going to show it. I'm gonna
Okay.
give it to you.
That is exhibit one.
I want to make sure they're marked.
This one here is a.
Just hold on. Whoa, wait a minute. This is a hookah.
Let me get that marked.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it
Number
back.
one.
Okay, the file then is number 2. All right, here. You give it back to me.
Be number 3.
Okay, what are we going to have in this?
I've handed her what'll be number 3.
Two, or is that three?
No, 3.
Okay. Number three. Three.
Oops, sorry.
Hand me the next one. Number 3.
This is
Hand
number
it, give
3.
it back to her.
This
All
will be
right, here's
4.
number 3. Let me give it to him and then I'll give it to you.
This is 4.
Here,
This is 5.
number 3.
There's got to be a better way to do this. This is 6.
Just give me a scanner.
Here's number 4.
5 and 6.
So these
I
are
might
screenshots.
add all of them show the address of the place in question.
3 back to you. You
Okay.
get
Those
5.
4, 5, and 6, I already put those on there.
No, these is, this
5
is
and
number
6.
5 and 6. And I give it to him and then he'll give it to you.
I'll put them all together. 1, 2, 5. Do you need them all?
No.
Okay, I got plenty of.
All right, sir, go ahead with your testimony.
Okay,
They have all been admitted in Exhibit 6 exhibits. Go ahead, sir.
Over my objection, that's fine.
Over your objection. You have a continuing objection if you want.
Well, sometimes the judges say to me, I don't say it enough times, and that's why I try to do it.
Maybe it's true. I
Just
don't
like
know.
one word objection.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
So in one of these events, he advertised an event called Domingo de Contrabandos. And in my pidgin Spanish that I know, that translates to smuggling Sunday. Sunday. Yes.
And what's your interpretation?
Well, that tells me that he's encouraging people to bring in outside things that are prohibited by the liquor law. He did advertise, if you look at that exhibit, he does advertise a hookah. There's a picture of a hookah, and he also says that hookah is available for people 21 and over. That would be Exhibit 3, yeah.
This hookah keeps coming up in my life.
I think that's what we'll have your retirement party, Your Honor.
Next thing you know, I'll even know what it is.
You're going to know what it is by next Thursday.
All right, you want to see this again?
I think it's number 3.
My daughter is going to take us.
Go ahead.
Okay, I have another exhibit to offer. This is from Baltimore Housing, and it's a violation notice that was issued to the owner, Mr. George, on March of 2013.
I'm going to object to that. March 2013 is really outside the purview of where here, and I haven't seen it, and it's from a prior year.
My argument would be that it hasn't been abated yet.
Okay, overruled. I'm going to read it, then I'm going to give it to you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It does say, March 14, 2013, it's a housing violation for your address. And what is give me generally, what's it, violation of what?
It said that he needs to either get a use permit or get permission get an approval from the Board of Municipal Zoning Appeals.
To do what?
To get a legal use for that property. I imagine that it was related to something that I gave to you in September that showed that he was cited for,
Well, Judge, that's my problem. He imagines, and I don't know how that could be pertinent in this case. When you imagine, you're not sure what it is and so forth, you're just throwing in forms in here.
We're going to see what it is.
I know. That's my objection.
I'm going to give it to you after Commissioner Jones looks at it.
I mean, the notice says to me that he does not have the appropriate use permit for whatever business he's running there.
And you say it's never been ruled on?
It's never been abated. The violation notice will be canceled once he gets the appropriate use permit or he gets BMZA approval. But we're here 2 years from today. I printed off that letter today, and it's still a live violation notice. So that tells me whatever issue he had has still not been rectified since he was cited.
Okay. It's in next exhibit, or
7.
whatever it's worth.
Number 7. That's
Right,
the
go ahead,
market
sir.
one I'm thinking about
Okay.
it.
In closing, I just want to say that I have some people from the neighborhood association who live near the bar who have observed that activity, as well as from Mr. Colburn, Lieutenant Colburn, who has made a drug arrest at that property and has also observed live entertainment activity going on there that was not permitted by law.
Yeah, did you sign this petition?
No, I did not.
So you're not on the petition?
I don't live in the immediate vicinity of the bar. I mean,
What do you mean by immediate vicinity?
I'm not on Clinton Street or Esther Place, which is right next to the bar. The
So-
people who signed the petition are on Esther and Clinton Street for the most part. Right.
But you didn't sign?
No.
Okay. And you were here when they had the hearing back in September, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And you testified principally to the same things you're testifying here.
And I'm testifying to things that happened after the hearing date in September.
All right, how many times were you in the premises since then?
I've never been in the premises.
So you've never been there for any of these events, have you?
No, I haven't.
All right, so you don't even know whether any of these events even occurred?
The dates are on the,
I'm asking you, do you know if they occurred? It's a really simple answer, yes or no?
I don't know personally, but the dates are on there.
Okay, and you said you've never been on the premises.
No, I've never entered there.
Have you ever talked to the licensee at all?
No, I haven't.
Have you talked to the neighbors on the same block?
I've talked to the neighbors, yes.
Which neighbors did you talk to on the block?
Mr. John Wesby right here. He's a good friend of mine who lives on that block, and he can testify to all the.
I just asked you if you had talked to him, you know, you just keep wanting to go in, it's real easy.
What's your problem?
Did you talk to him? You talked to one individual, what's his name?
John Wesby.
And his wife,
Melissa
Wesby.
All right, well, that's the problem we have here.
Keep the noise down in the back, please.
So I assume now from the voice in the back of the room was John Wesby and his wife.
Yes.
Okay, and what his address is?
2 North Clinton. They are on the petition.
I got that. And then who else did you talk to on that block, in 100 block of North Clinton?
Nobody on North Clinton. I've talked to people on Esther Place.
Anybody in the 100 block of North Clinton Street?
No.
I have no further questions.
Commissioners' questions?
The violation notice that you presented, how do you know the violation notice hasn't been abated?
Because it's on Baltimore Housing's code enforcement website, and they only list active violation notices that have not been abated. If you go to the Baltimore Housing website, you look up violations and you choose Baltimore Linwood, which is our neighborhood association, it'll list every single violation notice that is still active.
So you didn't call the local office to get pertinent information as to why the violation notice was issued?
No, I just pulled a PDF. They have PDF documents there.
Any other questions? All right. All right, your next witness.
John Wesby.
All right, sir, your name?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is John Wesby.
And you are a position, you here today, a neighbor or a friend or how?
What's the name spelled?
Sorry,
Spell your last name.
Wesby. So I'm a resident and property owner at number 2 Clinton Street.
Okay, and what do you have to say?
So just to give some background on my neighborhood, my wife and I and our young children purchased our home in 2007. At the time, our neighborhood was very, very sketchy. There was open-air drug market, there was prostitution. It was a climate in an area where most people...
This is what you bought?
Yes, sir. And it brings me to the point that today, sir, with the hard work of my community and my neighbors, we've eliminated the open-air drug market. We've made our area so attractive that abandoned homes that were once abandoned are now occupied. We have 2 new neighbors, which are teachers, a software engineer, a young family whose daughter attends the same school as my daughter. We were also lucky enough that SoCo Gymnastics, a Baltimore icon, purchased 3204 Noble Street. My children are now able to walk around the corner and enjoy classic, world-class gymnastic instruction. This would not have happened had it not been for the hard work that my neighbors and I have put in to transform our neighborhood. My opposition to El Punta G's liquor license is because our area is fragile. 123 Clinton Street is a very large property. The building has the capacity to hold hundreds of people. It was never our understanding that it would be used in that fashion. When I met Mr. George in 2007, shortly after moving in, and when he tried to acquire the license, he sought my advice and my support to gain my support to influence my neighbors to support his bid. Patterson Park Neighborhood Association agreed that we would not oppose his bid, nor would we endorse the bid. PPNA requested that in our MOU to Mr. George, that he be mindful of the community and always consider the high quality of life we are working to attain. Mr. George personally assured me that his intentions were to create an upscale lounge where community members could come and enjoy a drink or food. I made it clear that we value business and we wanted his property to be occupied as it would anchor the north end of Clinton Street. I made it a point to introduce Mr. George to community organizations such as the Friends of Patterson Park and the Patterson Park Public Charter School. He once even gave a small monetary gift to the Friends of Patterson Park, and in April of 2013, he provided discounted beer for a fundraiser being held to benefit the students at Patterson Park Public Charter School. I want to be clear. My objection is in no way in reference to Mr. George's character. My opposition is, in fact, a result of how El Punta G is being operated. The bar is located, as I said, in a very fragile neighborhood. It has the ability to house a lot of people. Mr. George has consistently, on weekend nights, held dance parties where he has tried to pack his house in order to maximize his profits. He's called on DJs and live bands to come in to entertain folks. This has resulted in large numbers of people exiting the club after it's been let out, thus resulting in men urinating as they walk to their cars, literally walking. I've witnessed them walking up the street while urinating. Walking while urinating.
When?
Sir, last summer. There have been several occasions. I can count it, mostly when it's hot out. During the months of July and August are the hard months for us. It is clear to me and my neighbors that El Punta G will continue to disregard zoning restrictions which prohibit him from having live entertainment, as he has done since his license has been suspended. As proof with the Facebook advertisements that we've shown you today. Mr. George has stated on Facebook that the community is against Latin neighbors dancing. I want it to be known, we are not in the least bit against dancing. We are, however, strongly against business owners who break the law and put our safety and well-being in jeopardy for their financial gain. I ask this commission to protect my family and my neighbors by voting to deny El Punta G their liquor license renewal. Thank you, sir.
Now, what about recently?
Sir, recently it's been very cold. The winter months has prohibited me from opening up my windows, so I'm able to sleep. But I'm certain that parties have still been going on. I've driven past several times, and there's been large groups inside of the club. I can see the lights, the disco lights from passing on the street.
Dancing, lights, and music.
Sir.
When's the last time that you knew it was going on?
This past weekend, up until, in fact, on Sunday, he posted.
Tell me about the past weekend.
Sir, I drove past and just observed the bar open with a lot of people inside. I could hear thumping as at the bass from my car.
Music.
Sir, it was the bass, the music is the bass music, the vibration from the music is what I noticed.
And what else the past weekend?
That's all.
Any urination?
No, sir.
All right, now, going back from the past weekend, back all the way to the 1st of January, what, if anything?
Nothing, sir, other than what I stated.
Now, when was to refresh my memory, when was the last time he was down here before the liquor board on all these violations?
I would have to defer to Mr. Gonta, but I believe it was September.
September 18th? And was he closed?
Closed for a month, and fined him $4,000.
Yeah, September 18th, he was at the liquor board, and he was closed for 1 month.
This is the flyer.
Now, what about since then?
Well, sir,
Since he reopened?
as the flyer
All
states,
those-
there was the event on October 17th, and as he stated on his Facebook page on Sunday, that he now, as of today, Sunday the 15th, has to stop with dancing because the neighbors are pressuring him to do so. So in my opinion, that infers that he has been continuing to hold dance parties. In my opinion, his business model needs to have dance parties in order to survive. And again, that is not what we understood it to be.
All right, so I want to be clear that you're complaining about the dancing and the noise,
Yes, sir.
the urination, and what else?
The large number of people that attend
Now,
during
what is
weekends.
a large number?
Sir, I could only assume that there are over 200 people in attendance.
Mhm. And what else, sir? Anything else?
Well, intoxication, sir, I've witnessed in past summers, and I can't say since January that I've seen this, but men leaving out of the bar, almost falling down as they stagger up to their home.
Now, is that since he was reopened?
No, sir, this has just been while the business, while he's in own business.
The intoxication
Yes, sir.
incidents were
Yes, sir.
before the last hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, questions?
And just briefly, you had mentioned that back in April of 2013, when the association needed some help, he did agree to help out, is that correct?
When the association needed some help.
April 2013, he agreed to donate or give something at a discount for the association?
Yes, I introduced him to the organizations with hopes that he would become an active member in our community.
And where, have you been in the place recently?
Recently, no, sir.
When was the last time you were in there?
Oh, gosh. I want to say it was during the campaign, so it was this.
A lot of campaigns.
I'm
What
sorry.
campaign are you talking about?
This past gubernatorial campaign, I think I attended a fundraiser, and because I don't have a sitter, I had a sitter that night. Mr. George had invited me down to check out the operation, and I came in. and observed what I would assess as a medium-sized crowd, but it was just that.
And since that time, since September, when he was in front of the board, you have not been in?
No, I have not.
Okay. And along with it, there's another establishment across the street from him, isn't it? La Islay?
Yes,
Okay.
a very small establishment.
How many people? Tell me.
I'd say no more than 50 to 75 people could fit in
And
their
you know that that's the capacity, is a fact, or you're just guessing?
That's my assumption.
Okay. And the same thing when you said if it's 50 to 75, you estimate there were 200 people at some time in his establishment, which is much larger. Is that correct?
Correct.
And during the times that you were talking about these events that you, in your opinion, you never went inside to see anybody dancing, did you?
Aside from the Halloween party, which was not, this was 2013, this must have been October of 2013, no, I haven't seen anyone
Okay.
from inside,
Yeah, right.
involved inside.
So, you know, usually you're just saying, and you came by, you live in the block before the 100 block, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You live in 2 north.
Yes, sir.
He's in 123 north.
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to any of the people in the 100 block in North Clinton?
I spoke to this gentleman, I'm not sure what his name is, I think he lives right across the street from the
And
bar.
he was for the place or against the place?
He actually had no opinion. In
Mm.
fact, I'm surprised to see him here today.
Mhm. Okay. And along with that, the times that you had talked with Mr. George, he has at least spent some time with you and was talked with you about the things. Is that correct?
Yes. In fact, he was at my neighbor's door this weekend, which I have a letter from my neighbors attesting to the fact and how that conversation went with them.
Well, I'm going to object if the neighbor's not here.
Well, sir, they're educators and they're working and they could not take their time off
Well,
to be here.
Everybody wants to talk over me until I get a chance to say anything. Is that something everybody wants to do?
You always do it to me.
But you're a commissioner, and a good one, too. So you find some fault with the fact that Mr. George wanted to talk to the neighbors?
No, I find
Oh,
fault
we have it?
with Mr.
It's hearsay, it's after the date of the protest of renewal, and it's, and the same thing with these. All these letters that come in, they're after the date, they're all hearsay, there's no way you can cross-examine these people, and they're just writing letters from them.
No, I'm gonna allow letters, absolutely proper, it's been,
And petitions that come in.
letters are proper, they have been since I've been admitted to the bar in 1953, and nothing has occurred since then to make them improper. That's type of community, type of hearing. Overruled. Market.
Only thing I want to say, and I'll finish on that, Mr. Chairman.
Now I'm gonna let him finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then, are you finished?
I was asking questions.
Yeah, are you finished?
Not yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah,
What I'm
yeah,
saying
I
is,
see.
you know, the community letters is not just one-sided, there are other people in the community.
Sure.
Okay.
Anything comes in both ways.
I have nothing further.
Commissioner's questions, we're gonna do it differently because of the nature of these hearings. Any questions? Commissioner Jones?
No. It was clear to me.
To clarify, has there been any improvement in the situation between December and March? December 2014, March 2015?
Good question.
There have still been parties and DJs being advertised, ma'am. What I'm able to attest to is the volume and the disturbance that we noticed during the summer months.
Okay.
I'm hesitant to say that there's been change in that it's just been too cold to be outside to notice.
So there was a advertisement for New Year's Eve party?
Yes.
The end of Años?
Yes, it was very,
how was
very
that?
crowded down there.
All right.
Very crowded.
Okay.
And this was outside of the bar when the bar let out, where I noticed the crowds. I didn't see inside the bar on.
So in terms of, when that party ended, were people misbehaving? And I get so tired of talking about urination in these hearings. I gotta tell you, this is the most, this is e-board. It's, but that's, it seems like that's happened. So was that happening?
And I cannot say that I witnessed anyone urinating on New Year's Eve,
Okay.
but I certainly that.
Maybe some,
It happens.
yeah.
And people are intoxicated and therefore they've lost all regard for civility.
Now, I've lost my Spanish miércoles. Is that Wednesday or is that, do you know?
I do not know.
Okay, so viernes, you don't know that?
No,
Yeah,
I
okay.
don't.
We'll find that out. Okay, those are the only questions I had.
All right, the next witness. Who's the next witness? You been sworn, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, come over and give your name.
Alicia Porter. Alicia Porter.
Okay, Ms. Porter? And what do you have to say? What's your position? What is you want the board to do?
I would like you to close this
Kill the
bar.
license.
Kill the license.
Okay, then tell us why.
I live on Esther Place, and as
How far away is that?
I am about a block, I am 1 block away.
Go ahead.
And I am in a location where I can see the patrons of the bar get out of their car, and the first thing that they do, a large majority, is they pee.
They what?
They take their pants down all the way, and they urinate. I've lived in Baltimore City.
Times.
This is every weekend, multiple times.
Now, every weekend, since the first of the year, from the first of the year until now.
I can only speak on when I'm at my house, and I travel a good bit. But when I'm home and I'm there on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I will see it, guaranteed, 100%. How many times an evening?
Well, no, since the first of the year.
Since the first of the
Is it
year.
every week or every month? Or
Yes, it's every week, 100% every week. The volume of it has decreased in the winter. The volume of people going to this place has decreased.
Go ahead.
I've tried, and I feel like I'm a rational person. I go out there and I've tried talking, I've tried embarrassing. I will open my window and say, hey. Sometimes people are really mortified and they'll apologize.
How do you know they're coming from the bar?
I see them come from the bar. I see them going to what is amazing to me is when they park on my street, they get out of the car and just about every single person pees. Truly. Then they walk to the bar and I watch, and at nighttime it's loud and I have to wait for everything to shut down for me to go to sleep. They will come from the bar. Sometimes I'll stand out there so I can make sure I'm an end unit, so they'll pee on my house. So I will open my window and I will look and see women and men, women squatting in my alley and men peeing. And I'm very vocal, and the residents on my street, it's a very quiet street. There's a lot of older folks. I have one here that I bring, but they'll say, thank you. I heard you yelling last night, I've lived here for so many years. I can't believe people would be so disrespectful, and I've lived in a lot of places that I've never seen the amount of urine and public urination that I'm seeing right now.
All right, now, last year, after we closed the bar for 1 month, that would have been taken us to October 18th. From October 18th until the end of the year, what, if anything, did you notice with respect to this bar that would be,
While it was closed?
no, after it was closed?
After the bar was closed?
After it was closed and reopened?
Right. Was there any improvement?
Yeah,
Is there
yes.
anything? No. I've noticed, aside from the volume of people that are going into the club in winter months, I've not noticed a change in the behavior. If it's nighttime on my street,
All right, now, what do you mean by volume of people?
so in the summer months, my quiet street has turned into what I feel like I'm stuck in the middle of a nightclub of a parking lot, or in the parking lot of a nightclub. The amount of cars.
Is there a parking lot there?
No, I'm on a residential street, I'm on a street, and the number of cars parking on my street, and they, for a while, they started parking in unusual ways that were questionable. It was like diagonal, it's supposed to be vertical parking, and they started doing just to fit more cars in. And I bought the house in 2007, and I just wondered, why is there the volume of cars on my street? I just, I didn't know where this came from, and now, obviously now I know.
All right. And what, if anything else, do you want to tell us? How about noise or music?
So the noise, yeah, the noise, I can't speak to the noise from the club. I can speak of watching patrons come out of the club and the level of intoxication of, you can see it in someone's eyes when they are way too drunk to even be, they can't stand. There's oftentimes people holding another person up. So drunk, and I've lived in Fells Point, you know, and I've never seen levels of intoxication coming out of this club. And it's embarrassing. I don't want people to come visit me. I feel like I'm a prisoner in a really terrible area, and it's a fragile neighborhood, and I understand there's challenges, but this is unnecessary challenges.
All right, is there anything else you want to tell us? Questions?
How many times have you been in the place?
I have no interest in going
Well,
to that place. So no, none.
None. Have you ever talked to the licensee, the owner, or any of the managers?
No.
Is there any reason why you have not?
No, I'd like to know why they haven't seen me either.
Well, I'm just asking the question here.
Okay.
And you're saying your own Esther Place is about a block or block and a half away?
It is exactly a block.
And you're in the 3200 block, right?
Correct.
All right. Do you know Nestor Diaz?
I do.
Lives next door to you, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay. How about Gerald Matthews?
I do not.
All right. How many people in your block do you think you know?
I know about half.
Would you say that many of them are Hispanics?
My street is really diverse. So I would say it's a third Hispanic, a third white, and then a third black.
You know Americo Perez, 3205?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. And along with that, you said that you see people coming, and they park their car, and they get out and they pee. Fair?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You know where they're coming from?
No.
And you watch them pee and you watch them walk into this establishment, or you watch them walk in that direction?
I watch them walk into the establishment.
All right. What do you
Because I
follow
can see
them?
it. No, I can stand out in front of my house, and I can see the bar.
All right. So they peed before they went in?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you know how long they're in there?
No.
All right, so what I'm trying to say is the same people peed going in, or they same people peeing coming out, or you don't know?
I don't
That's
pay
fine,
that much
that's fair.
attention.
All right, and did you ever call the police?
In the summer months, I did.
And what happened as a result of that?
And I've talked to the police about this, is that public urination is a tough one for them to get to in time.
Okay, and does anybody, you have any video of it?
No.
So everybody has iPhones, you don't have it though. And along with that, you said that the noise issue is not the issue that's coming from the establishment, it's just a general noise for people being on the street.
For me, yes.
Okay. And is there another bar right there across the street from this establishment?
Is there a bar across the street
La
from?
Islay?
The tiny bar, yes.
Yeah. You say tiny.
It's a regular row house bar versus a giant,
And you've never been in there?
but I do know the size of buildings.
Well,
I'm
just
pretty,
asking you,
I'm
have you ever
confident.
been there? Why do you want to argue?
Because you're being insulting.
Okay. And you haven't had any conversations, as you indicated, with any of the owners about, hey, guess what? People are coming from your club and they're peeing.
Yes, there's been no communication.
Okay, fine. I got it. No further questions.
Commissioner questions?
None?
Question?
God, I had a question.
None? I couldn't hear you.
I do have a question. We closed them for 30 days, I think it was between September 19 and October 16, or give or take a day. What was it like during that 30-day period when Punto G was closed?
Normally my routine is in the mornings, on like Monday morning, I will just clean up the block. So I'll go out there with trash, with bags, and I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to take the power washer out to get the urine smell out of the sidewalks and the side of my house. So yes, there's a noticeable difference when it was closed.
Were the late night parties happening? I say parties, but was the late night music and dancing going on during that 30-day period?
No, I had no disturbances from my location. I don't know if, well, from where I am, right. There was a noticeable change. I didn't know that I had to do some investigating and talking to neighbors to find out why is things, why is it so great? That was
Why is it what?
Why is it so great right now? That was why.
Did you see the large crowds of people at the end, when the business closed? Was
No,
that an issue?
I did not.
Okay. Okay, those are the questions I had.
All right, next question. Next witness, please. If there is one. Your name, sir?
Andrew Bryan.
And Mr. Bryan, you have been sworn, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what do you want to tell us about this situation?
Well, just like the last one just got finished, they urinate all over the place there.
And where do you live compared to this place? How
I
far
live
away?
about half a block from there.
1/2 block? All right, and what do you see and know of your own knowledge?
Well, it's all garages across the street from us. And up until last year, they were going in parallel, one after the other. You couldn't go and get home from where the bar is, completely down east side to the end of the street. They would go and get out of there, do everything they wanted to. They're drinking and everything else. The bottles went right where they were standing, right by their cars. They go up, and I see them go right into the bar up there. I see them come out of the bar, go into the cars, and you ask, how do you know it ain't different people and everything? Well, when they come out, get in their car and move out, other ones come, go into them parking spots. That's how you know that they were in the bar and back out again. And they had left. I got the handicap in front of my house. They park in my handicap spot there. Now, how many times I had to call the police to go so I can go and park? Then it takes some time, it takes a while, and I gotta wait out there sometime for an hour before I can park my car. What else? Got all the noise and everything. And with the beer bottles there, not just across the street there, all over the place, on our steps when we come out in the morning, on the curbs, on the cars. And this goes all down that whole block.
What's on the cars?
Pardon?
What is on the cars?
Beer bottles.
Go ahead, sir. Anything else?
Well, besides all the nuisance with all them out of there, and then the noise when they come out of there at 2 o'clock. I hear all the noises so loud out in front of the house there with them coming out. Music, no, I don't really hear the music.
Now, let me ask you, since we closed them and they reopened last year, what, if any, change has occurred? You understand my question?
Yes.
Has there been any improvement?
Well, right now, you can't tell because of the warm weather there, so you don't have all the cars there. But in the summertime, that's when everything is loaded up out there.
All right, do you want to tell us anything else?
That's about it.
So your address is, what's your address again, Mr. Bryan?
My address, 3211 Esther Place.
And have you ever frequented this place?
Oh, years ago. They weren't the owners then.
You know who was the owner back then?
I'm talking 25 years ago at least.
You used to go in there?
Yes, I did. Me and my wife.
And when was the last time you
Over 25 years ago.
Have you ever talked to the owners at all, or the managers?
Man wanting to come up to me just a couple of years ago. They were supposed to be getting that bar and one over on Haven Street. And it wasn't either one of these gentlemen. He was Hispanic. So that's why I was wondering who they were when they come in. So I don't know who really bought the place.
And so when you have these people that were parking in your space, how did you know that they were actually customers of this establishment?
Well, because sometime there, I'd be away overnight at boy's house or something, because he just come out of the hospital. And when I come home, the neighbors go and tell me that they just pulled away. Sometimes the car was still there.
Did you call police?
Oh, yes,
They
yes.
tow 'em?
I had somebody on wanting towed away and everything else. Sure.
And then as far as what happens inside the place, you have no knowledge of what happens inside the place. Yours is all on the outside, is that correct?
Just the noise inside, that's all.
And how close are you to the park?
How close am I to the park? Oh, I guess about 10 blocks, eight blocks, something like that.
Okay. And at 123, there used to be a Mohawk Club there. Did you belong to that?
No,
When Ricky Doughboy had it?
no,
Do you know who I'm talking about, Ricky Doughboy?
no.
None of the questions.
Any questions, Commissioner?
No questions.
All right, you may have a seat. Next witness, please. Your name, ma'am?
Hi, my name is Keisha Miller. I live 3300 Noble Street, right there, Noble and Clinton. I have a corner unit. I notice, urination on my house, vomiting even. Yes, on my house. Yes, vomiting, fights. I did have videos, but I needed the space in my phone, so I deleted them. But I noticed like a lot of belligerent bar fights. The music is loud. By me being a little younger, no offense to my neighbors, I'm up later, and I do hear the music. Sometimes my son can't even go to sleep. He has that back room, and it's like I kind of share the alley with the bar. Like we share the same alley. I can speak far as on this year, loud music, urination, vomiting.
This year.
This year, yes,
Same thing.
same thing.
Has there been any change since we closed it, but punishment last year? No change. So, vomit, urination, all these things you've seen?
Yes,
And video you have but didn't bring? And music is loud, and that's this year too. And your son can't go to sleep. Now, what did you mean you share the alley with the bar?
They're on Clinton Street, I'm on Noble Street.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the same alley, I have a corner unit, so the alley, leads from their bar,
What about trash?
Yes. I've witnessed somebody coming out of that bar throwing trash in the alley.
Customers or employees?
No, employee.
Tell us what you saw.
I saw him take it was boxes, I seen bags, I seen him bring it up to the middle of the alley and just drop it right there.
Was that in the street or in the alley or
In the alley,
In the alley.
yes.
And what happened to this trash?
It was left right there.
Was it cleaned up by the place later or by anybody?
No, it was cleaned up by the city, trash man.
Okay. Anything else you want to say? Question?
You have trash pickup in your alley, right?
Right.
Okay. So that's normal, everybody puts their trash out in the alley.
Wrong, because I leave mine in the house until
Well, you don't know,
Thursdays.
but How do they pick it up?
What do you mean?
How do you get rid of your trash?
Thursday, when trash day arrives, I take my trash outside.
So
I don't put my trash in the alley.
Where do you put it?
I keep my trash in my
Yeah,
house.
when they come to pick it up,
When
where
they
do
come
you
and
put it?
pick it up, I give it to them, sir.
Oh, you give it to them?
Yes, I give it to the trash man.
Have you had any occasion to be in the place in the last year?
In the establishment? I don't go in the establishment.
So you haven't been able to see what goes on inside?
No, I walk past it a lot and I drive past it a lot, but I don't go
Talk
in.
to any of the owners or any of the managers there about any of these situations?
No, sir.
Have you ever called the liquor board about it?
I've called the police.
No, that's not what I asked you. Did you ever call the liquor board about it?
No, I'm telling you, I called the police, but no, I didn't call the liquor
And
board.
what was the response from the police?
Well, I mean, they told us to, file complaints.
And you did that?
No, I didn't follow up with a complaint. I just figured that it wouldn't stop. It's been ongoing. This is not new.
And you say that you share the alley, but you're not right next to the place.
I'm not right next to them.
Okay.
so we share the same alley.
Okay. I have no further questions.
None.
How long have you lived at,
3300 Noble, 6 years.
you've been there 6 years?
Yes.
Were you there before the bar was there? Before
Um,
Punto G?
Well, it always been a bar there. I don't know if it's new owners or not because I don't go in there, but that bar has always been there as long as I've
Okay.
been there.
Okay, right. Someone said at least 25 years.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
always been there.
something was there. There
Yes,
was a
something
bar
was there.
So your trash day is Thursday.
Thursday.
Have you ever seen them put trash out on a day other than
Thursday?
Thursday?
Yes, weekends, like Saturdays and Sundays, yes.
And when they put the trash out on Saturdays and Sundays, what happens? Does it just sit?
It sits. I witnessed the guy, bring it to the middle of the alley. Now, I don't know if they always do that, but I'm just saying from what I seen. Yeah, it just sat right there until Thursday.
Okay, and when you say the middle of the alley, is yours an alley there people can, hold on, that people can drive through or no?
A trash truck can go through, but no,
Okay.
people can't drive through it.
All right, so when you say they put the trash in the middle of the alley, would that literally mean in the middle of the drive area?
No, on the side, like
Okay,
against the
okay,
house.
all
But
right.
I'm at the top and they're at the bottom, so I was saying like, in the
Oh.
middle.
Okay, in the middle, like right
Yes.
where it's supposed to be, if they're
Yes.
behind their property, but
It
not.
wasn't right behind their property though.
But
it
it
was
was-
actually behind somebody else's property where they put
Okay,
it.
but it wasn't in a place where it would impede the
Yeah,
flow
no,
of
it
traffic?
wasn't like right in the middle of
Okay.
the alley.
Okay, I think those are the only questions that I had. All right, thank you.
And next witness? All right, your name, please?
And why don't you
All right,
pull
Ms.
that
Parks,
down?
your position today is you want the board to do what?
Well, I would appreciate it if the board could just have them take all of their trash and gather it up and put it in a can that's out there on the street for them to use, and for them to come out the bar after partying, to not be fighting, cursing and all, and when you say something to them, they act like they can't speak English,
There you go.
okay?
That's helpful.
I would appreciate it if they would do that, and to take their trash, their ballers, put it in the trash. Because I don't like getting a flat tire every time I goes to pull out and back into on a baller.
Now, how close do you live to the bar?
I'm about a half of a block from it.
Okay. And what other conditions, if any of you, they want to tell us about that you don't like?
I don't like the loud music. And I definitely don't appreciate them being open on Sundays.
And this loud music, since the first of the year, is it still, when's the last time you heard the loud music?
This weekend past.
Last weekend?
That's right.
And how about before that?
Oh, it's always going on, sir.
All right. Anything else you want to tell us?
The parking.
Okay, tell us about it.
They blocks the alley. And the bad part is, the meter person don't never catch them, but if I do it, damn if I don't get a ticket.
That sounds familiar.
It is familiar, right familiar.
Okay.
And another thing. They come out, just left the bar, and they will go and urinate right there. They don't care who see them. And speaking of the polices, God, they supposed to be our law protectors. They don't even come when you call them. And I'm fed up with them too.
Questions?
Ready for you, boyfriend. I am ready for you.
You signed my petition by mistake, and I told you did not. I helped you, I didn't hurt you. Okay,
Oh, Lord.
What street do you live on, Mr. Barton? What street do you live on?
I live on Clinton Street. I live 5 North Clinton Street. I've been there 16 years.
Have you ever been in this place ever?
No, sir?
Even when it
Oh,
was?
yes, I have been down here in City Hall before.
No, I mean in the establishment.
Oh, no, I never been in there. But I met boyfriend when he first tried to get it, because we had to run in too.
You mentioned you call him boyfriend.
Yes.
You remind me of Milton Allen. Yeah, but so since then, you have not been in the place to witness.
Oh, no. No.
And along with when you say you have loud music, have you ever called the liquor board and made a complaint?
No, sir.
And
I complained to my
who is it? Your point?
John Westby. He is our
He's your point man?
block
Captain?
representative.
And when you said that you saw these people that are urinating, you don't have any pictures, like, you don't take any video, iPhone stuff? No?
Boyfriend. It's like going to the bathroom with them. If you're gonna stand there and watch them urinate all over the place. No, I didn't take no pictures.
And you had some comment about them speaking English. I didn't quite understand what that meant.
What I meant
You
was.
talked in the microphone, I'm sorry.
And-
I know you like me.
And you don't have to charge on him, he's okay.
What I meant was, if you say something to them and they're Hispanic, they act as though they don't understand English.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, Commissioners, Jones?
Girlfriend, I have nothing to say.
All right, boyfriend. Then I'm excused.
No, wait a minute.
No,
Miss-
not yet.
Look, girlfriend here might have some questions. for you.
Oh, okay, girlfriend, go ahead.
All right, so you've been there for 16 years. There was a period when the place was shut. Were there problems when the place was shut down? Did you have problems with urination, noise, parking? That would have been
No.
basically September to October.
When they was closed, right, it was strange. I mean, because you used to hearing the music, and the music wasn't there, and the parking wasn't as bad, okay? We having more residents moving in, so we having less parking spots. But when the establishment is open on the weekends, God forbid if you come in late, because you will not get a parking spot in that neighborhood.
Be quiet, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Great.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next
welcome.
witness? Your name, ma'am?
Rachel Timmons,
And how do you spell your last name?
Timmins,
T?
Immins.
Good. All right, go ahead and tell us what you want.
Well, I'm here representing the Baltimore Highlands Neighborhood Association.
Mhm.
I'm the co-president. We are a newly formed organization, so we are here in full support of Patterson Park Neighborhood Association. Our boundaries meet right at Highland Avenue, which is 1 block east of this establishment. So it's very close to our neighborhood bounds. Because we are so close to Patterson Park, I walk my dog there often. So on a personal account, I would just like to say that I'm always having to be very careful with my dog or avoid the area in front of this bar, as there's often a lot of broken glass, and I'm just concerned about my dog's health and safety as we're walking on the sidewalk. I also notice a lot of bottles or broken bottles in the street, on that side of the street specifically, as that's like just on my route that I take. And I'm always worried about the cars and their tires and wondering about that expense. I have witnessed on a few occasions men peeing in the alley behind the bar, and also on Esther Place when I turn the corner. On a few occasions I have heard loud music, but I don't live on the block, so my accounts of what I've seen and heard are gonna be less frequent than most other people's that live there.
Now, time-wise, when did all these, give us a reference of when these things happened. To start with the loud music, is that recent, a long time ago, or what?
Last weekend,
Last weekend?
I took a walk because I knew the hearing was coming up
All right, now the glass in the bottles,
all the time.
all the time. And the urination,
It's only been a few accounts that I've seen, but it's been later, probably around midnight.
well, but I mean, when?
It was definitely last summer.
Last summer?
Yes.
Okay, anything else you want to tell us?
I think that's it.
All right, Cross.
Very quickly, you live in North Clinton?
No, I live on East Baltimore Street,
East
the
Baltimore.
3500 block.
All right, and along with that, when you see people peeing in the alley, how far away are you from this establishment?
Oh, I've seen them peeing when I'm walking my dog. So I'm turning the corner and passing the alley and seeing them behind the establishment peeing in the
See
alley.
them come out of the establishment and pee, or you just see them peeing? I don't know.
I've just seen them peeing, but they're definitely intoxicated.
And you ever see them coming out of this place or what it's like?
I actually don't think I've ever seen anybody come out of the bar across the street.
And you've never been in this place before?
No.
And as far as the glass in the bottles, do you know for sure where they come from?
Well, they're in front of that property, so one can assume.
No, but you never still see somebody coming out and putting a glass down.
No, I mean, I'm walking my dog.
No, I got you,
so-
I got you. And then there's the bar across the street, and there's several other bars within 2 or 3 blocks of that.
Sure.
Okay, no further questions.
Commissioner questions, Jones?
No questions
Okay.
on your
All right.
testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Next witness?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is David Leibensberger.
All right, you can pull the mic up, sir, so, and how do you spell your last name?
It's L-E-I, B as in boy, E, N as in Nancy, S as in Sam, P as in Paul, E-R, G as in George, E-R.
Would you mind not, the P is in so-and-so, and you lost me completely. I got, give me the last name, just spell it.
L-E-I-B-E-N-S-P-E-R-G-E-R.
Okay. Now, go ahead, sir, tell us what is your position with respect to this bar? What do you want us to do?
I'd like to, that the board terminate the liquor license.
Terminate.
Yes,
Okay,
please.
and tell us why.
So as I said, my name's Dave Leibensberger. I've lived in the neighborhood on the 100 block of Northeast Avenue for about 8 years now. I'm the former president of the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association. I was the president for 2 years, and I'm its current safety chair. So you might say I'm very active in the neighborhood, and I'm particularly active around my own block and the surrounding area, which would include where Punto G is. We're currently fighting some of the other business owners over some illegal garages that are in the area that are right across the street from this bar, and I'm constantly observing both of those areas just for the purpose of coming to these hearings to testify about what's going on. So Punto, in my capacity as president of the neighborhood association, I can tell you that Punto G has been a constant nuisance. They're probably the number one bar that I would get complaints about, the number one active bar that I would get complaints about as president of the neighborhood association. These were complaints about the things you've heard already: fighting, noise, people throwing bottles, public urination, parking complaints, and overly drunk patrons. And I can tell you about some of these things that I've witnessed myself here too. So, like I said, I try to observe the area on a regular basis. So I'll make an effort when I'm driving home on the weekends or when I'm driving home from work to drive past so that I can see what's going on in the garages and so that I can see what's going on at this bar. One of the things that I see a lot coming out of the bar that I've seen since it reopened in October and November is fighting. You see the patrons leave the bar, they're arguing with each other, they're shoving each other. I've made calls to the police based on that. But the arguments are in Spanish most of the time, so there are probably times when those arguments are not as severe as maybe I think they are, but I can't understand what they're saying. But it sounds like an aggressive discussion. And so I'll call the police. I've seen people, what looks like patrons assaulting each other too. They'll leave the bar and then, be walking down and yelling at neighbors, that sort of thing. I've seen patrons come out of the bar and then disrespect neighbors. Some of the people that are here today, will a lot of times we communicate with each other. So, they're letting out of the bar, we'll come out and kind of observe and see the urination, that sort of thing. And when neighbors will say, hey, can you please stop urinating? Yes, sometimes they stop, but sometimes they yell back. And, it's as if they're angry about being told to stop urinating on public property. So I've witnessed the public urination as they come out of the bar. I haven't seen it as they go into the bar, which is interesting. Fighting, I've seen them come out of the bar with a bottle in hand. I've seen bottles thrown as patrons leave the bar. What I have seen is when patrons park, is they'll put a bottle outside the car, like put their bottle trash outside the car and then walk into the bar. With regard to loud music, that's constant. That's every weekend. So I live a block and a half away, and as I drive past the bar, of course, it's really loud, but even as I turn the corner onto East Avenue, if my windows are down, I can still hear that music a solid block away. Now, I haven't been inside the establishment, so I don't know if it's live or not, but I have been to live DJ shows before, and I know the difference between what a live DJ show sounds like versus somebody that's just playing music on a jukebox or something like that. I don't know if any of the members of the board can identify with that or not, but if you've been to a live DJ show, you sort of know what it sounds like, you know the cadence of the music, and there's often announcements in between. It's very different from just what a jukebox sounds like. You can hear that. You can hear the sounds of a DJ from outside the bar. One time, probably the worst incident that I saw, somebody coming out of the bar, they came from Punto G down Esther Place, and they were so drunk they didn't really know where they were, so they started knocking on doors. And when nobody would let that person into their house,
Some girls did
it was a guy. It was one guy by himself, drunk. And so he leaves the bar. He stumbles down Esther Place. He arrives on East Avenue and starts knocking on doors. And eventually, gets to one house. Nobody will let him in, and he starts kicking in the basement window. The basement floor window. The police were called. I don't know what happened. I called the police and I left. That was that was last year. That was not since January. But these kind of things are just constant. With regard to the trash, not only do they put their trash in the alley not on trash day, they also put their trash in the middle of the sidewalk on Esther Place. So right outside the front of the bar faces Clinton Street, and so Esther is to the north of it. And there's a door that out of the back of Punto G that faces north. They'll bring their trash right outside that door and sit it on the sidewalk right next to a telephone pole. No can, just in a bag. And of course, it gets strewn everywhere. Our block is just littered with trash, and it's because of people, not just Punto G, but everybody that puts their trash out in the alley without a can. But Punto G does it too. Let's see. The illegal parking, they have so many patrons come to the bar that they can't really, park just on the regular public street. So there are these garages that are across from the houses on Esther Place. And for a long time, until we started having them towed, they would come and park their cars directly in front of the garage doors. Now, these are garages that people, I guess they call them storage units. These are storage units that people rent to put, I've seen work supplies in there, things like that. People store their cars in there. But they'd park their cars directly in front of it, and so that nobody could access it. So, it was illegal, and so they were being towed. And they were very clear, no parking, towaway zone signs there. And so we started calling the number on the towaway sign and got them towed away. I guess I've already kind of covered this, but I've definitely seen patrons being overserved, patrons that come out of there just stumbling drunk. And seeing people drive away in that condition is no good. And that's it. Those are my observations.
Questions?
Yeah. The people you see coming out, do you know they were served in there? You haven't been there, you don't know they were served in there.
Sure, yeah. I don't know if they were served in there. They might have been in there for...
They came in there, were confused, and then had to leave.
That's theoretically possible.
Yeah, well, you don't know. You don't know, right?
Is that a statement or a question?
Yeah. Let me ask you, do you know?
Do I know if they were served in there? No.
Right. And along with all these trash, how many times have you called the Department of Housing or the Liquor Board or anybody concerned in these situations?
Pretty consistently. I mean, I make pretty regular reports. I make pretty regular 301 reports and 911 reports. I do not have the violation numbers with me, no.
They didn't give them to you when you called?
I'm sure they would have given it to me when I called.
Who are you saying, they? Who'd
The
you call?
311, when you call 311, they'll give you a violation.
So you call
notice number.
301,
So I-
301,
Yeah, 311, 311 and
or
911.
31?
311 and 911.
Yep.
Yep.
Not 301.
Right.
Yeah. You're not talking about the police department or the liquor board, you're talking about the number.
Talking about the number.
Okay.
You haven't called the liquor board.
No, actually, I didn't realize that you could make direct calls to the liquor board until the.
311? Oh, it'll give you.
That there was like this hotline that you've established or something. I think that's great. I will be calling this hotline, trust me.
The answer is you haven't called.
No, I haven't. I didn't know you could, so I hadn't called.
And you say they, you keep referring to the they, you're talking about people who were parking their cars in front of garages, is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
What have you at any time had a conversation with the licensee or anybody at 123?
No, I've never gone over there. Never gone over there.
Is there a reason why you say they're parking in front of the garage to tell the people to move, or you just don't do it?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Is there a reason why you haven't gone over there and talked to them?
No, there's no reason why I haven't talked to, are you asking me if I've talked to the people that are parking their cars or the
No,
ownership?
talking about the licensee or any of their managers.
No, I haven't talked to the licensee.
All right, and you didn't sign this petition, did you?
No, I'd like to, actually. I didn't, but
Well,
if I
it's
could, I
too
would.
late,
Okay.
and you didn't sign it. Okay. Do you know who got this petition together?
I believe Mr. Wesby and Mr. Gonta.
So you knew about the petition?
I did, I'm a busy person, didn't get
Okay.
around to it.
I
My
gotta-
testimony is
no,
I support everything in
I'm
that
busy too,
petition.
no further questions.
You wouldn't want one more opponent on the license?
Questions? Question?
No, sir, none.
Questions?
No questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Next witness. Lieutenant, give us your name.
Lieutenant William Colburn, C-O-L-B-U-R-N. I'm the Operations Commander of the Southeast District of the Baltimore Police Department.
And we'd be glad to hear from you.
I've done 2 incidents in January of 2015 to make the board aware of. The first one was on January 16th, 2015, approximately 11 p.m. I was on routine patrol on Esther Place at Clinton Street, at which time I observed 3 males gathered outside of 123 North Clinton Street, outside of the northeast corner of the building, which would be on the Esther Street side. And I observed one of the males sniffing white powder off of his fingers while holding a clear white baggie containing white powder substance, which I believe to be cocaine. I exited my vehicle, approached the males. 2 of them walked off westbound on Esther Place. The other individual stopped, placed under arrest. Seized from his person, searched incident to the arrest was a sandwich bag containing 17 additional small cellophane baggies of suspected cocaine. That suspected cocaine was actually analyzed by our lab and determined to contain cocaine, a Schedule II narcotic. The individual who was arrested in that case was a Mr. Julio Zorrilla. The case was heard in district court 2 days ago. The defendant prayed a jury trial. It's now pending in the circuit court for the state of Maryland. Speaking to the manager on duty that night, who is the brother of the licensee, Mr. Teodoro George, he did indicate that the person I had under arrest had been drinking inside of Punto G on the evening in question. In the past, myself and the licensee, Mr. George, have discussed cocaine use in his bar. I have showed him evidence of that in the bathroom where there were empty baggies with powder residue, which were obviously from cocaine. So I'd made him aware of the problem in the past and the hopes that he and his security would address the situation. Do you want me to go into the second date, sir, or take questions from Mr. Kaninsky about this
No,
incident?
keep going.
And I have for the board the analysis
All right,
of the
mark
property
it.
that was seized.
Next
I do
exhibit.
not have another copy. I'm sorry, Mr. Kaninsky.
And this analysis applies to the one that was arrested and is prayed at jury trial.
That's correct, sir. On January 17th of 2015, at approximately 11:25 p.m., myself and Inspector Karanakolis, 11:25 p.m. on January 17th, myself and Inspector Kranicolas from the Liquor Board entered Punto G, located at 123 North Clinton Street, to conduct a routine inspection of the licensed liquor establishment. The way the building is set up, there's a double glass door, a vestibule, and then a second set of double glass doors to actually enter the establishment. Upon entering the vestibule, a security officer of the establishment began jumping up toward a light switch that's over the front door that you initially come in. He's not a very tall gentleman and was unable to reach the light switch. As myself and the inspector reached the second door, he made a comment, "Oh, well, I guess it's too late now." We then observed approximately 8 to 10 people dancing on the dance floor in front of the DJ booth. In an attempt to determine what he was talking about, I turned the light switch on, and it revealed that it activated a bright white light over the DJ booth. It was quite obvious, based upon the comments of the security officer and what that switch accomplished, that not only is the bar operating outside of its licensed parameters and having live entertainment and dancing, that they had gone to great lengths to alert their patrons and their employees when authorities were approaching to prevent being cited for this.
Go ahead, sir.
So based upon our observations, the manager on duty, who again on that evening was Teodoro George, was advised of the violations.
Anything else? That date was January 17th, 2015. All right, cross.
On January 16th, were any arrests made in 123 inside 123 North Clinton?
Not inside, no.
Okay, and you didn't witness this Julio person drinking in the establishment?
No, the manager told me he had been drinking in the establishment. Just wanted to clarify for you.
I got it, but you didn't witness him.
I did not, no.
Number two, you didn't witness him making any sales of any CDS in the establishment.
I did not.
And the other two individuals that were there, you didn't see them in the establishment.
I did not.
And when you say he was out in front of 123, was he directly in front of the building or on the corner? Or
He was at the northeast corner of the building along Esther Street, near the kitchen door of the building.
Okay. And at that time, when you walked up to him, you saw him with white powder, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So that was an on-site observation?
It was. He dropped the initial bag into the ground as I approached and attempted to walk away. With the other two gentlemen who also walked away.
As far as your investigation out of here, the licensed establishment didn't have anything to do with what he was doing.
Other than the fact that he had been drinking in the licensed establishment,
Well, that he wasn't selling drugs in there as far as you know.
not to my knowledge.
And on the second time that you, when you got there, you talked with Mr. Lewis, he was cooperative with you, is that correct? Eduardo?
Teodoro?
Yeah.
He was. He was cooperative.
So, I mean, it wasn't like that when it was hostile to him and so forth. And on the 17th, when you came in to the establishment, how many people were in there? About?
50, 60 people maybe?
But no 200.
I don't believe so. I don't recall it being extremely crowded.
And you said you saw eight or 10 people dancing.
On the dance floor.
Yeah. And along with it, you said one of the people tried to jump up in the light switch.
Yes.
And when you went in, did anybody hit the light switch when you were in?
I did.
And would you do that?
Why did I do that?
No, and what did you do after you hit the light switch?
I observed that it controlled a bright light directly over the DJ booth.
And what did he do?
Well, he didn't do anything. By that time, our presence had already been established inside of the establishment.
He continued to do whatever he was doing.
He did.
Yeah, yeah. So when the light went on, he just continued doing whatever he was doing. Did he ever stop?
No, everyone dancing stopped
Yeah, but how about
after I entered.
He was just playing music, is that correct?
I did not see him speaking on a microphone.
Okay, so he was just playing music.
To my knowledge, yes.
You know what kind of music it was?
No.
No further questions.
All right, Commissioner, question? Question?
No questions.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant. Any other witnesses? None? Defense?
You want to take this one here? State your name and address for the record. Get up close there, because they want to listen to you.
Robert Yox, 120 North Clinton Street,
And you live,
YOX.
you live in the same block, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you lived there?
7 years?
And you're familiar with this operation, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you go in the place?
No, I don't drink.
Do you have any problems with the way the place is run? You have any
No,
complaints?
I don't
that
have
you-
any problem with him. That's what I was saying. No problem at all. I talked to him. I had one time, just with somebody put a beer bottle. I said, that was years ago when he first opened. I said something to him, and that was then. He had the security guard pick up trash at the evening place. I see him sweeping at the call tonight.
I mean, do you see on this, people peeing all over the place?
I don't go to bed early.
Yeah.
I don't hang out about it.
Right. But I mean, and every time you've talked to me, you live within 2 doors of the place.
Yeah, and I hear him talking about the music. I live right across the street. This, like, they stretched it a little bit because they live all the way up the street. I see how they hear music all the way up the street. I live right across the street. And it's just like a normal bar. The one on the corner, believe it or not, is more trouble than the one across the street.
What's the name of that one?
I have no idea.
Is that why it's late?
It's a Hispanic bar.
And what you can say, this is basically an Hispanic bar too?
Yeah, I'd say.
And the neighborhood, since you
It's
live there, has
Hispanic.
been changing.
Well, to me, it seems Hispanic.
Seems what?
More Hispanic to me.
And then you heard the testimony about this double parking and trash and all that stuff. Do you see this at all?
I see the cabs pulling up, letting people out. That's about it.
Mhm. I have no further questions.
All right, any of the witnesses have any questions of this person?
Sir, do you have a car?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, John Wesby.
Okay, and your question?
Do you have a car?
No.
And my second question, have you been compensated for your appearance here today?
No.
Thank you.
You have any questions? Wait a minute.
We got, you gonna let everybody ask a question? They're not, I can ask them also? I mean, only one person, you should ask the questions.
I'll struggle to run the meeting if you let me.
I'm trying to.
All right, questions?
Sure. So you testified a second ago that you're not actually outside that often.
I'm with my son. I'm outside every day. But with my son, we clean up outside, and he helps me, play out in the alley. I clean the alley up.
What time of day are you outside?
Well, I pick him up at 2:30, about 3:30, if it's nice out like today.
So you're
I'd be
inside by
outside
3:30?
today. No.
What
When he
time?
come From school. He'll be home from school. Then I might go out and play, or he'll go out and play by himself.
Okay, so what time are you outside?
My door's open all day. I got a screen door that's open so I can see people walk by if that's what you want to know.
What time are you outside?
All day, in and out, different times.
All day in and out, okay.
I mean, I don't sit outside all day, but there are times that I do sit outside.
Okay, and have you ever observed public urination?
No, I don't.
Okay, have you ever observed anybody from the bar leaving trash outside of the bar anywhere on the street?
The wind blows all our trash down. That's how all that trash comes from, and they should know that.
Have you ever observed any fighting?
No, I'm in the house early. I don't.
Okay. Have you ever observed anybody parking illegally nearby?
Illegally?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, and you said you couldn't hear the you can hear the music from
I
your
can.
house.
Yeah, if I open my door and go outside, I can hear like somebody comes out the bar, they open the door, you can hear it. But I don't hear it like they say all the way up the street. I just don't see how you hear that.
Okay, so how do you explain the difference between your testimony and everybody else over here?
How do I explain it?
I'm gonna object.
Sustain, no argument.
I got an answer for that if
No,
you want
no,
an answer.
Sustain, next question.
Those are all the questions.
All right, redirect.
No redirect.
Okay, next witness.
You can, state your name and address for the record, please.
Jessica Stinson, S-T-I-N-S-O-N.
And where do you live?
Say Simpson.
Stinson, S-T-I-N-S-O-N.
Thank you,
Did you ask her to?
Contrary probably from on your son.
Let's go.
Where do you live?
124 Clinton Street,
And that's,
directly across from the bar.
all right, and how long you live there?
3 years.
And do you have any complaints with the place?
No.
And do you ever go over there and talk with the owners?
I mean, I see him. We know who each other is.
Okay, so I mean, do you see any of these complaints about, public urination and vomiting and people throwing trash and bottles all over the place?
Well, I live right directly on the corners, and I don't have a problem. And my kids, I have 4 kids, and they don't have a problem sleeping or nothing. They get up on time for school. I don't have no complaints about it at all.
You don't have any what?
Complaints about it at all. I don't hear the music. Only when they open the door, you can hear the music, but not like. And I sit on my front, and sometimes I'm out there into their clothes, and they don't. Around me, it's not nothing around my house like beer bottles or anything around my house.
I have no further questions.
All right, questions? None?
John Wesby. Ma'am, have you been compensated for your appearance here today?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anything else? All right, next witness, if any.
No. Excuse. You can ask me questions. You can be direct.
Let's go, folks. Any other questions?
No. State your name and address to the record, please.
Louis George, 124 North Clinton Street.
And you, along with your son, managed the place, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were here for the hearing back in September when the board gave you a suspension and a fine, correct?
I was.
What was done after that regarding the rooftop area?
That area is no longer used. We store things up there, old chairs and trash cans, stuff like that.
All right, and how about regarding the downstairs where it was a big open area? Have you put any tables and chairs in there?
The big open area has chairs, tables, so as to not allow groups of people to dance.
All right, and as you heard people mention about the size of the place, what is the capacity on the first floor? Do you know?
140.
Okay, and the license covers both the first floor, and then you have a second floor meeting hall. So what do you use the second floor for?
Meeting hall, and that has an occupancy of 80, I believe.
Okay, and
I believe it's 80.
80. And then along with that, the area, what do you do with regard to the cleanup of the area?
We recycle, so on Wednesday evening, we take the trash out and put it on the side on Esther Street where the door to the kitchen is, and as per the trash sanitation people. So we stack the blue trash cans with recyclables, one on top of the other. We never put anything in the alley.
All right, and regarding your conversations with either Lieutenant Colburn or anybody else, when you have conversations with them, do you follow their direction?
Absolutely.
And then regarding the complaints that you hear here, has anybody come from the liquor board or anybody else that made these complaints to you, or housing people?
No.
All right. And along with that, how many employees do you have there?
7 to 10.
Okay. And it was a 7 to 10. 7 to 10. Employees. Okay. And along with that, there was some question about the Facebook page. Whose Facebook page is that?
My wife and there's a team that basically are on Facebook just about every day. I'm pretty busy. I don't fool around with Facebook.
Mm-hmm. And along with that, your wife is here too, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And the other people that are here, they're people that are either employees or people who live around there, is that correct?
Correct.
And you actually went out and talked to people in the neighborhood after you got a copy of the complaint, is that right?
I did.
Okay.
I spent Saturday and Sunday.
All right. And you had these petitions signed, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'll read into the record the caption, and then I'll submit as evidence that we, the undersigned neighbors, property owners, and/or business persons and/or customers in the area surrounding 123 North Clinton Street, operated by 2 Louis Cantina 2 LLC, trending as Punta G Restaurant and Lounge, by name submitted on this petition, do hereby state to the Board of Liquor License Commissioners for Baltimore City that the operation of Mints is run in a business-like and acceptable manner, does not pose a hazard to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents in the area and the community. In fact, is beneficial to the same and provides a customer to its service to its customers. And I think it's important when you look over these petitions, at least it's important to me, that from North Clinton Street, there is at least 45 people that signed from North Clinton Street. From Esther Place, that's the reason why I asked the young lady if she knew anybody was there, 34 people from Esther Place signed to place. From East Avenue, there's probably 11 or 12 people. And from Noble Street, half a dozen, 8 people, and that's not counting Fairmount Avenue and Baltimore Street. And there's 238 signatures on here of people who had signed in favor of this establishment. So I submit that collectively is, I don't think we have an exhibit yet, do we? Is this my number one? That's your number one. Now, in the type of operation that you have, how many other establishments are in your area or close by?
There's 1, 2, 3.
All right, when you say 3, is there one directly across the street from you?
There's one directly across.
And what's that one?
La Isla?
All right, and is that basically a similar type operation, a Hispanic operation?
Yes.
And where else is there anyone close by within a block or two of that?
La Roca,
Okay.
across Pulaski.
And that's a Hispanic operation, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you have another one? If you can't remember it offhand, that's okay. Well, would the area be becoming predominantly Hispanic, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and you had indicated to, about the people dancing and so forth, that you had put more tables and chairs. People still get up and dance, be frank about it, is that correct?
Yeah, you know, it's like the culture. I mean, it's something that I've tried to. We've gone over. My brother, my son. We've tapped people on the shoulder. Don't dance. Can't dance. There's a group of 3 or 4 ladies that come that are from the neighborhood, and they just like to jump up and down, and we ask them not to.
All right, and along with that, you're making an effort to establish a place where they can go dancing, is that correct?
I have another location outside.
But it's not in Baltimore City?
No.
All right, and then you're looking at and hoping that to provide an opportunity for the Hispanic community to go be able to dance, and it's zoned for live entertainment.
Exactly, so
On it.
pulling them away from 123 North Clinton Street and advertising to have them go over to the other location as to relieve the stress, the amount of people, the parking on the community.
All right, now, has anybody ever come to you and complained about the parking?
Not at all.
All right, and how about this peeing and vomiting and all this? I mean, has anybody come to you and complained that somebody came out of your place and peed on their steps or a car or anything?
No, but it was interesting enough. This weekend, as I was walking throughout the community, introducing myself, people were, they were like, oh, we didn't know who owned the place. We were happy to see a face. Somebody we can complain to. I've given my card with my phone number to a couple of the residences so they can contact me if there's an issue. Parking, the garages, there are 3 bays in the garages, in the garage areas, of which I have permission to use. So my patrons park when there's no parking out front at the garages. Parking is an issue in the daytime, Monday through the whole week, even in the daytime. There's control tech, there are the garages, so even in the daytime, there's issues with parking. I used to live at 3241 East Baltimore Street. In 2004, 2005, I still own the property. I had issues parking back then, and I had a brand new vehicle and was concerned about my vehicle, so I couldn't park in front of my house a lot of times either.
Did you own any other property in that area besides the East
I
Baltimore?
also own several properties in the area, so I'm not just a person that's renting. I own, the LLC owns 123 North Clinton. I own several other properties in the neighborhood. I'm concerned about my property values. I'm also a person. In fact, 4 North Clinton I used to own. It was a dilapidated old piece of property back in 2005. I took it, I rehabbed the property. I was talking to the lady who lives in the house, which I didn't know, and Mr. Westby became very, very upset that I was talking to her. In fact, I'm kind of fearful of him. He's a big guy. And he, just poured out, and it was kind of shocking. But
all these complaints they're talking about, you're indicating to me, none of these people that were here ever came to you and complained to you about these people on Esther or Noble or any street, about people coming out of the establishment and doing these things, peeing or vomiting. Is that correct?
I remember a phone call. I say about a year ago, Mr. Westby called me, and he says, Louis, your bar is totally out of hand, too much noise. And I was like, wow. I walked outside and couldn't hear any noise out, but there was a party going up the street in the middle of the block. I'd say about 60 houses down. The 16 North Clinton block, and when I told him, I said, parties, it's across the street from you. It's not coming from 123 North Clinton from Punta G. That was the only time.
Or is there anything else you want to add or tell the board?
Yes. In relation to people urinating, I have, we have spent thousands of dollars upgrading the bathrooms. In fact, in Punta G, there are two, male bathrooms, and I can fit 12, 13 people urinating at the same time inside the establishment. So there's not there's not enough bathroom space for people to use. Those that vomit, leave bottles, or urinate outside, it's an active block. Saturday and Sunday, I tell you, I spent the entire day, and there was nothing but parties. And down the street, up and down North Clinton Street, boxes of Corona bottles on the sidewalk, and my Punta G was empty. There was no one in Punta G. There was no one in Punta G at all during the daytime, but the block was partying.
Anything else? No. All right.
Questions, Commissioner?
What is,
Wait a minute, John. Okay.
What is Viernes? Is that Tuesday?
Viernes is Friday.
Viernes is Friday, and miércoles
It's Wednesday.
Wednesday. Okay. That's it for me.
Anything else?
No.
You cross-examine?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Matthew Gonter. Mr. George, do you have a Facebook account?
What did you say?
Do you have a Facebook account?
My wife established a Facebook account years ago. I don't really.
Well, why would she set it up in your name? Isn't it, it's supposed to be your page. You take ownership of it. You can't impersonate somebody on. Okay. I'd like to introduce this.
Why don't you show it to council? Tell them what it is.
Okay, this is from the Punta G Facebook page, or Punta G George Facebook page. Sorry. It shows that he's friends with El Punta G, the bar that I got all of those flyers from. It also shows that he's friends with a guy named Eclipse George, which is Mr. George's other business in Baltimore County. And it shows that it's friends with Luis George too. So when he said I don't use Facebook, I just wanted to enter that as evidence that he does use Facebook.
All right, overruled. Let me look at it. Market exhibit. Plaintiff or complaint exhibit.
Mr.
Go
George,
ahead, Judge.
George, you said you lived at 124 North Clinton Street,
I live at 1218 St. Andrews, right? That's the address.
but you said earlier that you live at 124 North Clinton Street when you testified.
He never said that, Sam.
Well, that's what I have
That's what
down
I
there.
have
It did
too.
say.
He lives at 124 Clinton Street.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
And he just said,
Going- The commissioners and I, we all hear what we hear. Go ahead with your next question.
okay, that's all I have.
All right,
You just,
you redirect?
What is your significance of
Recross?
124 North Clinton Street?
124 North Clinton is where Punta G is.
All right.
So that's
All right. Next, sir.
John Wesby, 123 is the address of Clinton Street, not 124.
Well, I don't understand your point.
The point is that he lied about where he lives. He doesn't, earlier when he said he lived at 124, he lied to you. He doesn't actually live at 124, isn't that right? You don't live at,
123 North Clinton is where Punta G. That's the address of Punta G.
right, but earlier when you said you lived at 124 North Clinton, you don't live there.
I didn't say I lived at 124.
Okay, but
I live 1218. I have my license in my pocket.
Okay, if you
And it's a record.
if you had said that, it would have been incorrect then.
Well, he said he didn't say it, so I mean, you want to play it back, we'll play it back.
Not going to argue. The testimony is heard. Everybody can draw their own conclusions. Any other questions?
Yes, can I see the exhibits that have the Facebook, the DJ advertisements on them, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, so, go ahead and take a look through this. You're not allowed to have live music at Punta G, correct?
Correct.
And you're not allowed to have a DJ, correct?
Objection, I don't think that's correct.
No, overruled. That's his question. Now, you can answer as again.
Incorrect.
Okay, so you're saying you are allowed to have a live DJ?
Yes.
Okay. Are you allowed to have dancing inside the club?
No.
Okay. What are those advertisements for?
The advertisements that are done on Facebook, my wife does, and there is a lot of competition, fierce competition within the Latinos as to who's going to be where, and so it's just a ploy. It's just a social media.
Okay, but what are these specifically advertising?
Well, that is a group. I believe that's Romeo Santos. So it's just his group, and it's not that they're going to be there. I mean, I wish I could have a Romeo Santos in my location.
Okay, so you're advertising having a group that wasn't there?
No, that's the music. It's just the group that plays music. So they're not to advertise as they're going to be at the location.
How often are you at Punto G?
Every day.
How many other bars do you own?
The Toulouse Cantina.
It's only one other bar?
Mhm.
And how often are you at that bar?
Fluctuate between. So my son and I were both places.
And what day did you say is recycling?
Wednesday, Thursday, but Wednesday evening we put the recycling trash out.
If I told you recycling was actually on Tuesday, would you be aware that recycling is actually on Tuesday in your neighborhood?
Tuesday evening for Wednesday.
Yeah, no, it's on Tuesday morning. Do you provide any security outside Punto G?
We have security outside, yes.
Okay, those are all the questions I have.
No further, no redirect.
All right, any other questions, Commissioners?
Yeah, what is bachata?
What is what?
Bachata.
Bachata is a type of music.
It's a type of music, it's a type of dance.
Well, salsa, bachata, merengue, it's all a
Right,
type
right.
of
Rumba.
rumba.
So if you have people there for bachateros, rumba, salsa, that's for dancing.
Oh, yeah.
For dancing,
Yes, ma'am.
yes. Yes. The other thing I meant to ask you, just looking at the petitions, there are a number of pages where all of the dates are written in the same hand, in the same ink, same manner. Do you know how that came to be?
As we were walking around, it's just, just filling out and telling, hey, when you fill out the dates, so it's all just the same.
Okay, and then there are a number of pages where the handwriting for the signature is all the same. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And was that because you actually signed the names for the persons?
No, I had someone that was going out.
So somebody was going out with you, and as you were talking to them, I'm assuming you asked them, could you sign our petition? And maybe they said yes, and then your assistant or partner signed that person's name.
Right.
All right, and so what we have here are not necessarily the signatures of the persons, but more the person's names because they told you that you could sign their name to the petition.
Correct.
Is that correct? And is that correct for all of these names or the vast majority of these names?
Some of them, not to say the vast majority, I'm not sure.
Because I saw about 6 or 7 or 8 pages
Pages,
where it's
yes.
all the same.
It was, the page was real slop, kind of walking around and it kind of got wrinkled and it was a mess, so we.
Well, they're actually pretty neat and they're.
Well, initially it was a mess, so it was redone.
Oh, so, sorry.
No, let the record
You-
reflect there was a guffaw from the room.
Oh. All right, but you don't have the originals? Do you have, so all right. What I have here in my hand are basically the rewritten petitions where someone on your side rewrote the names and addresses, the signatures, because they were, quote, a mess.
There were a couple of pages, but not, for instance, the one you're looking at, the first one, no.
Okay, but on this one, all the dates are written in the same hand.
It was
You
done the
understand
same
that?
day. Yeah.
Oh, by the same person.
The
dates are
The dates,
all-
right, but not the actual, the
right.
names.
Okay. My point is that there are a number of pages where the same person signed every name. For example, maybe these two are all in the same hand. They're all in the same script, the same signature. And you explained that by saying that some of them were a mess, and so they were rewritten.
They were rewritten.
By the same person.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a minute, there's dates, you put there's dates down when you're out, is that correct?
Yes.
Any other question? Okay. And any other witnesses? So I'm going to give both sides 2 minutes to argue your...
Phone's dying. He's gonna be your timer.
Yeah. And who's going to argue for the people asking it be closed? Can you agree on somebody, or you want more than one person? All right. And you may have 2 minutes, sir, and you may begin.
Do I need to state my name again?
Pardon?
Do I need to state my
Yes.
name? Okay, Matthew Gunter for the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association. Basically, I want to remind the board that back on September 18th, when Mr. George was found guilty of his multiple violations, you, Mr. Ward, you told him, I don't want to see you back here, don't come back. And since then, right after he reopened after his 30-day suspension, he started advertising live entertainment again. To me, that signals that he has contempt for this board. He didn't respect your decision, and from then on through last weekend, he kept holding live entertainment events, and he just did not care because he's just about making a buck, and he doesn't care about the community. And so I ask that you consider that in all the accounts from all these neighbors who have worked really hard to turn Clinton Street around and work to, and please not renew this license for the upcoming year.
On behalf of the licensee, let me indicate that none of these people are ever in the place. I mean, you almost say whatever they parrot what everybody else says. The people who are closest to the establishment are people that are right across the street and next door. You can't get any closer than neighbors, and they don't have any objection. The other people are from blocks away, and then you look on the petitions, there's people, you ask them if they know these people, and that's, yes, I do. They all signed for it. People in North Clinton signed for it. You know, the Patterson Park Improvement Association, there's nobody indicating on these petitions that they're the Patterson Park Improvement Association. This city is for all people, not just for a certain group of people. And there people are entitled, and it's a Hispanic community, as he indicated. They've done everything they could possibly do. They have 10 employees there. And you hear people saying that they didn't make the objections, there's nothing in your file to say it. If every of these things were that bad, you would have plenty of things in your file. You don't have it. They don't make reports to the police. They don't call 311. They don't call housing. They want to be here because they don't like him and the type of establishment. One lady says they can't speak English. Well, you don't have to speak English to be in this country, okay? And I think in this, that he's trying to do everything he could possibly do. And anytime somebody comes in there and they say, you know, there's 200 people, the police officer, there's 50, 60 people. And there's people, and one of the people said the most interesting thing I thought is that the people that are doing this thing don't accept responsibility. It's personal responsibility. You know when you got to pee. You know you got to pee. You don't have to ask him to pee on somebody's car. You did it. You're the one that peed on the car. You're the one that vomited. It wasn't his fault. How could he determine whether it was his fault to pee or vomit? You can't. How can you tell you where to park? It's personal responsibility. There's where it's got to start, not with this individual. They're going to pee wherever they go. They ain't going to just be here. So, I mean, we can, you know, this urination, defecation, vomiting, it gets completely out of hand. But I think that, you know, he deserves the right to be in business. He has 10 employees. I rest my case.
Okay, you're up.
How'd that make it?
Yep.
Well, we gave it to you.
That was truly a ball of confusion closing. That's all I kept thinking about. What is this song? Ball of confusion.
All right, folks, the time has come to vote.
He doesn't.
And in voting on behalf of myself to forfeit this license, I adopt all of the testimony as believable, and I do believe it, of the witnesses who came in here in support of that. With respect to the testimony of the witnesses that have no complaints apparently about the bar, I'm ambivalent, but I don't believe in any way that it conflicts with or changes my mind with respect to the truthfulness of the people who came in to testify as to the conditions. It's very interesting here that despite the fact of a long and involved hearing that we had previously before this board on a number of issues, in which I'm going to make sure that it's in the record, and I hand it over to Michelle, which lists all of these complaints, all of which involved almost all the same complaints we're hearing today from the community, that in my opinion, the evidence is clear that this owner and bar has not changed his ways whatsoever. It's even more clear when you look at Exhibits 1 than all these exhibits that I have in my hand through 9 of the advertisements of music and so forth and bands and so forth. It's absolutely no other way that you can conclude what these mean except come on down to my place and this is what you'll find. And this is so blatant by his wife, no less, and with his knowledge in his name. It's so blatant as to be actually in defiance of our statements, don't come back. Don't come back with music and dancing and so forth. And it went right up until the weekend before this hearing. And it's really almost unbelievable. And I adopt these exhibits as meaning clearly, without any shadow of a doubt, that they say exactly what they mean. Come on down to 123 North Clinton Street and dance and have music and so forth. But in addition to that, with respect to the argument that the petition, which requires by law 10 people or more, that they are in complaint of the operation of this place, there's no evidence whatsoever presented that any of these people who signed this petition are not qualified to sign. It wasn't, in fact, except of an argument which is minus any type of evidence. There's absolutely no evidence that any single one of them, in fact, are disqualified. Now, the evidence with respect to a lot of people who are far away from the bar, for example, peeing and so forth, with respect to the lack of evidence showing that these people are connected with the bar, I disregard this evidence, and it's not part of my conclusion that I have already reached. However, some of the evidence shows people coming out of the bar in drunkenness and doing their peeing and so forth. And while bars are not, have not been held under the law as being responsible for people once they have left this, you might say, the security or the control of the bar, or cannot be used against a bar, nevertheless, when you have direct evidence as a person coming out of the bar in a intoxicated condition and seen as and peeing right in almost immediately thereafter, this evidence, in my opinion, is valid and is a part of my conclusion. I'm not going to go and review every other piece of evidence, but it's most interesting that Commissioner's Moore questions. What happened after we closed the bar last time for a month? What were conditions in the neighborhood? And it's most telling that the conditions were decent. Yeah, that's my word, decent, quiet, so forth. Even amazing, almost, that's my word again, but it's the impression that I get from the witnesses. All of this, I believe, is more than sufficient to meet our strict laws, which I have promulgated, effective the 15th of April, that the sole issue before the board is whether the license should be terminated, and the board has no power to suspend, fine, and impose further conditions. Due to the severity of the penalty to terminate a license, the evidence must be clear, weighty, and persuasive that a license is in a very serious violation of the liquor laws of Baltimore City and the state of Maryland. To the extent that the continued operation of the license would be in disregard of the best interests of our citizenry, and that we may regard the past history of the bar as a part of this evidence. I find that these issues and my administrative decision number 4 is more than adequately approved beyond any reasonable belief to the contrary. And therefore, I believe that this bar should be, this license should be terminated. Mr. Jones.
We set a bar that can be obtained if you put effort into your research. This neighborhood, in my opinion, has done enough to support their request to close this bar down. They went online, did research, they talked to other neighbors, they all testified. have letters of support identifying the types of problems that they were having in the neighborhood. I mean, they did the research. They did the work to put the effort in. And as a result, I can clearly see the picture. You know, having a business with a liquor license is a privilege. And when you don't care or respect that privilege, then you can't expect the board to support you having that liquor license. All the things that the judge stated, especially the information from online, it just don't support you, sir. I mean, I wish I could do this differently, but I just can't. Because of all the stuff that the judge said, I agree with him, and I want to not renew this license.
I join in the decision that the license not be renewed, and it's a weighty decision. It's not a decision that, just speaking for myself, that we come to, or I come to easily, because it's, the impact on the licensee is great, but the impact on the community has been huge, and really the test is the continuation of this license going to negatively impact the community? And I think the only way to answer that question is yes. There's been substantial testimony about the negative impact of this bar on the surrounding neighborhood, and the testimony has been very specific as to this licensee. It's been linked to this licensee. I think the paper evidence that we received does document that the prohibition against dancing and music is just repeatedly violated. It really was violated the first day that the bar was allowed to reopen after the suspension imposed by this very board. I don't think there's any conclusion but that this license should not be renewed, and so I join with the chairman and my fellow commissioner in that decision.
You have our decision, sir. And we'll stand in recess. This goes in the evidence.
Okay, sure. I gotta go as well.